This is our agenda for this morning. I'm Lisa Deshay, as I think most of you know, and thank you all for taking the time today to join us, including our analyst team. We appreciate their involvement, especially when they help you with the breakout sessions this afternoon. Before we get into the presentations, we have a little bit of housekeeping. If your name doesn't show up as one we recognize, like if it says iPhone or if it says conference room C or whatever, if you would change it to your screen name, change the screen name to a name that we recognize you following these instructions. We're going to wait until about 5 minutes after the hour to get started. David, is that you on the telephone? If you're speaking, you're muted.
That is his phone number.
Okay, thanks. He must still be in transit. I think Thursdays is his carpooling day.
It's on Wednesday, but he does have a couple of conflicts today. Let me see if there's something going on.
In the meantime, for anybody who hasn't seen it yet, I'm dropping in the chat a link to a questionnaire for all of the home visiting folks to complete, please. So if you'll go ahead and do that little questionnaire right now, I'd appreciate it. Home visiting parent educators, nurse home visitors, family support specialists, and supervisors. I hope everybody has gotten temperatures above freezing, and so you won't be looking all frozen like my slides today. I created these winter type slides when we had the Arctic blast bearing down on us.
Lisa, I'm with you now, connected. Sorry about that. I was having trouble with my PC, and then my mute button on the phone didn't work, but I'm here.
Oh, no. All right. Well, I was just dropping in the chat several times this link to the last questionnaire. I said last time that it was going to be the last one, but this is a review questionnaire. If all of the home visiting staff and supervisors would complete this survey, and as Lisa said in her chat note, be sure that your screen name shows up as one we know and not like Fred's iPhone. And so this is how you change your name, the screen name, to something we would recognize. This way we can take a screenshot of everyone's names, and that's a quick way to take roll. So if you'll do that, we'd appreciate it. Okay, one more call for everyone to complete this questionnaire that I just dropped in the chat. And now I will turn it over to our fearless leader, Dr. David Bard.
Wait, I thought you were leading. What are you talking about now? Welcome, everyone. It's good to see you. It's nice to have these meetings every 6 months. I sort of appreciate this pillar of the COIN framework that we've adopted for your CQI network, several years now, of taking these intermittent breaks, getting together, and a collective deep breath to determine where are we now and where are we headed. So I want to give you a quick glance at where I think we are now. And as you'll see now, the water's a little bit murky, at least from our eyes. We don't have all the data we'd like to have, but the data does exist. And there are lots of successes to celebrate, many of which you're going to explain to us, we think, in the next hour and a half or so as we go through your presentations of the first CQI project for this care coordination learning collaborative. As the title here says, aggregate data on the innovation project. We do have some aggregate data. It's a little more aggregated than I personally would like. I'll touch on that in just a moment. But again, lots of successes to share. I think if we move to the next slide, we'll just dive right into one of those. This is the Insight app that some of us have access to in the UnitedUS system. It does track in real time referrals that are being submitted and received by your agencies. You can also see that our referral network partners are represented in these dashboards, as they are called. Notice in the center of this particular dashboard, top receiving organizations, top 10 receiving organizations. We tricked this system just so that we could get some data we could present back to you today into believing there's only one top 10 program. And that one in this instance is Sooner Start. So you're looking at all the referrals that came through UnitedUS since our project began, and actually a little bit before that, as you'll see momentarily, that have gone to the Sooner Start Innovation Grant. In the top right-hand corner, you'll notice that in total, we have seen 17 referrals in the system of this particular flavor. Somebody submitting a referral of a family to the Sooner Start Innovation Grant agency in the UnitedUS system. Over on the left-hand side, just two numbers left of 17, you see that there are 5 organizations that have sent those referrals. Well, that's not a coincidence, we don't think, because there happen to be 5 Oklahoma County agencies working on this collaborative whose PDSA project we're focused on, that Sooner Start Innovation Agency. And lo and behold, just below that, you'll see, yes, we're finding the names of those agencies as sending organizations. So at the top of the list there, we see the Oklahoma County C1 program listed as sending 53% of those 17 referrals to date. We see LCDA just below that, and then Frontline PAT Innovation. I'm sorry, yeah, PAT Innovation. You may have to help me with the translation there, but I'm going to bet that's Parent Promise.
It's Frontline. That's Frontline.
Oh, that's a long name for Frontline. I see it now.
Yeah.
Frontline PT. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, then North Care, Safe Care, and finally, we do have some coming in from the Tulsa Health Department and the C1 program. I think we knew about these in advance. I recognize there is some confusion here. Sooner Start has multiple representations in the app now. Some of your agencies have got a head start on using Unite Us, and you've been making referrals like this before the collaborative began. We think those Tulsa C1 referrals are sort of a product of that, of being a predecessor here of this particular care coordination system. A little bit further down, you see that of the 17 that were submitted, 14 at the time we pulled the data, and this was just earlier this week, I think, or no, last week, apologize, last week. 14 of those 17 were accepted, 2 were rejected, and we have 1 that's been sent and sort of waiting in limbo there. So very much surface level data, but this is a promising sign. And I know we've talked about it at length, but again, time to take a collective breath and pat yourselves on the back. This type of system where we can have bidirectional communication with a referral network partner has rarely succeeded in the past. Now, I'm maybe not ready to call this a full success yet. You're probably not either, but we're making steps in that direction, and that's worth celebrating. Next slide. So that was the focus of Oklahoma County for the last 5 months or so on your PDSA project. In the Tulsa County area, we've been focused largely on referrals going to LASSO. So you'll notice in the middle here, the top 10 receiving organizations, we've tricked the system into only looking at LASSO. So these are referrals that are heading to LASSO. In the top right-hand corner, we see that in total, there have been 32 of those referrals to date. Those referrals have come from 7 organizations. Now that number is a bit of a surprise, and we're still trying to figure that one out fully, but more on that in a minute. We do see that just below the 7, Tulsa C1 has had a large number of these. Parent-Child Center of Tulsa has had a number of these. Tulsa Health Department has multiple agency representations in the system, so you see it being caught yet again on the 3rd row there. So I think this is part of the reason why we see 7 organizations, even though we only have 4 agencies in the Tulsa County right now participating in this learning collaborative. 4 programs, I should say, home visiting programs. Oklahoma Parent-Child Assistance, I'm gonna have to help. Is this PCAP? I'm sorry, not PCAP. Is this CAP Tulsa that's next if the name gets cut off there?
I think it is.
Tulsa Health Department yet again, and then we have a positive parenting PAT program that gets cut off. I think it's the Safe Care program coming perhaps from PCCT. So it looks like
PCCT. Oh, that's a different organization. I think the top one is the PCCT Innovation Grant. So this last one may have been the non-innovation grant organization.
so good news spreads fast, and it looks like you have peer institutions, organizations who are also trying to utilize this system now to submit referrals to LASSO, which is a good sign. And in fact, it's buried in our proposal as an ancillary outcome that we would like to track. So does this catch on? And if so, where? We'd also love to see the data that you produce leverage an even greater expansion once this project ends. So it looks like we're well on our way. Again, collective breath. I know it's not where we want to be when it's all said and done, but we're making progress. Okay, that's aggregate data coming from the Insight program. Before, or the last time I suppose we spoke in the December monthly call, I had mentioned that we were getting data directly from Unite Us now about referrals coming from your agencies. We have that data. It is not exactly what we were hoping for, so we're working with Unite Us to try and improve upon that. I'm going to just show you at a glance the type of reporting that we would like to do with that data, but bear in mind that the data are incomplete at this stage. We are developing and have developed a general dashboard that we will submit to all of you, as you've seen in past versions of the Learning Collaborative. So thank you to Andrew Peters, who's on today, for putting this beta version together. Here we're seeing referral counts coming from agencies that participate in the collaborative. And then there's an unrecognized category that we're working on with Unitas to try to figure out where are these coming from? Is this perhaps a alternate way that referrals from your agencies could be referring in the system, or is this another agency that perhaps we ought to ignore moving forward? I think it's the latter, but we're still trying to iron that out. I'm going to go column by column here again, just to orient you to the dashboard. Take the numbers with a grain of salt, because it's not everything that's happened to date, as you saw in the Insight aggregate data we presented 2 slides ago. Sooner Start referrals. For the moment, the majority of the data that we're getting from Unitas in these data dumps are for Sooner Start referrals only. There's a technical glitch there that we're working through. It's policy related. A policy change has been made at Unitas. Now we're waiting for it to go into effect so that we can get more referrals for LASSO and eventually for PCAP. For the moment, the majority of the referrals that we have are heading to Sooner Start or leaving Sooner Start and heading elsewhere. First column, Sooner Start referrals, repeat of sort of what we saw 2 slides ago. So C1, Oklahoma County, we're seeing 7 of those total. C1 Tulsa, we've captured 1 of those in this data dump. LCDA had 5, PAT Frontline had 1. PAT Promise, I think we're going to hear from later today. We haven't seen any just yet, at least not in the data that we've received. Same for PCCT, but we wouldn't expect that. PCCT is focused on LASSO at the moment. Safe Care North Care, we've seen 1 to date. And then again, we got this large unrecognized group. None of those referrals went to Sooner Start. They went to some other agency. So we're trying to figure out, well, why is that in our data dump? Second column, these are the referrals that are closed. We have asked for a little bit more granular level data here, more specific data on closure, particularly the date at which that's closed. We're going to get that. We just don't have it yet. At the moment, all we have is this aggregate number of the ones that are closed. And I'm not sure I fully trust it, just because it doesn't square with what we saw in the Insight aggregate data. But you'll notice that 2 of the referrals that we have access to now have been closed. Those both came from the C1 Oklahoma County program. The LASSO column is largely empty, barring one exception there, PCCT. So we would expect to have some PCCT referrals to LASSO. I think it's going to be more than 1 when we get the full data extract. But again, there's this glitch in terms of the sensitivity of the clearance of that data so far. So we're trying to work through that hurdle, and eventually there'll be a lot more crooked numbers in this column than you currently see. LASSO closed referrals, nothing at this point, and we're going to add, as I mentioned before, more detail when we do finally have that data and the date, so you can see when they close, how long they were open, and when they closed. Other referrals, it looks like the system's being used by you and others to submit referrals elsewhere, which is wonderful. I know it's not the focus of your CQI work, but we would like to track it. As I said before, we're trying to leverage the data that comes in during this project to justify and hopefully find some funds to sustain the momentum here and keep this care coordination system moving. Referral of known ETO clients. Great news here. The vast majority of the referrals that we have so far have been linked to clients that we can find in your ETO system. And we are attempting to do that because some of your PDSA projects require us to look at the ETO data in addition to Unitas to see what outcomes, process measures, disruptors have occurred for those individual families. So we were pleased to be able to link the vast majority of these clients. Next slide. Again, take it with a grain of salt. There'll be more data. There should be more data in this chart, but just so you know, and to orient you to future monthly calls where we review these dashboards, we are planning to look at referrals that come in month to month. And the hope here is that we see these lines or these rates increase over time as we reach the end of the project later this calendar year. For now, by agency, you see individual lines, and you see each month how many referrals. In this case, well, this is all referrals, sorry, how many referrals were submitted. We do have it also partitioned by Sooner Start and Lasso. Those ought to be the next two slides. But I'm not going to belabor the numbers. If you want to move to the next slide, I don't know who's running the slides here. Thank you. We'll do it by Sooner Start separately. We'll do it by Lasso separately, which is the next slide. And we don't have any PCAP referrals yet, but that's going to change very soon. You're going to hear about that. Maybe that's today or maybe that's next Monday. But I know we have one agency focusing on PCAP referrals in this upcoming PDSA. So that's exciting. And we'll have a new receiving organization with data to track. Next slide. There is a little bit of timing data in what we received to date. We've asked for even more, but you can see that we are able to look at the mean time to an intake for those that were accepted, and then intake data were logged. We also have mean time to closure. Most of the data we have so far, or the only data I guess we have so far, has come from C1, Oklahoma County, and LCDA, and it's only for one of those referrals, sadly. So not a lot of conclusions, no conclusions, in fact, to be drawn at this stage. But eventually, we'll be able to tell you, okay, these are how many referrals you've submitted. This is how long it took after acceptance for an intake to take place. This is how long it took for that case to close or for that referral to close. Next slide. These are some of the aggregate data we intend to present back to you and include in the dashboard. We've seen the total number of referrals, so that's already well represented, although we have some of that data, particularly for Lasso, that we have to iron out. But we're hoping to show you how many referrals are managed and closed within 30 days. These are some of these are metrics that Unitas as an organization likes to track routinely. We get a chance to see that in our weekly meetings with Unitas. We want to share that back with you using our own data extracts. So eventually that'll be part of the dashboard, as will the number of referrals that are still in the action status for more than 7 days. So you're waiting for somebody to receive it after it's been submitted. 7 days is kind of the magic number there in the eyes of Unitas. So we've adopted that too as a metric to track. Number of referrals pending consent. So once you get the referral or it's received, of course, you have to get consent from the family to track that data. So that's another indicator that we're closely watching. You're going to hear that as sort of a theme throughout the day. We have made progress, no doubt, in using this app. I think one of the next steps of development and maturity for this collaborative system, for this care coordination process, is obtaining those consents. And I know it's tricky, so we haven't solved it yet. But one of the reasons we were attracted to embedding this care coordination project within your learning collaborative is that we can tinker with various ways of improving the system. I think this one is a prime target for future PDSA change ideas. How can we better gather those consents represented in the system so that we can take full advantage of this bidirectional communication that Unitas avails? So that is a metric we're going to track closely, and we'll have lots of conversations about that in the months ahead. Very interested in seeing and hearing from you of ways that we can improve that process. That's not really a technical issue, right? It's really more of a human interaction issue. And how do we get those consents? How do we make it feasible in practice to get those consents, put it in the system so that that information can flow in both directions? Separate but very much related topic here. We don't have data yet on the custom forms for those mile markers, but that's key to the metrics we have outlined in the grant that we have to report back to our sponsor. So eventually we'll have that data. Of course, we need those consents for that data to show up in the system. But when it does, we will be tracking and relaying back to you the number of intakes that are scheduled, the number of visits that are scheduled if the family qualifies and accepts services, the number of those visits that are completed, average number of days to completion of that very first visit. We're going to make that sort of our marquee indicator of initial engagement. If possible, we are trying to get raw data so that we can turn this back to you And there may be some other information that we identify in that raw data that you'll get a chance to see. That was for Sooner Start for Lasso, same song, different verse, number of event occurrences that are taking place, the average number of days to event occurrence. So they, obviously have a slightly different mile marker form, and the services vary. So they don't have a individual family service plan that gets developed or meeting, right? So you won't see that represented in Lasso, but they have visits certainly with the client, and there'll be a number of indicators from that custom form that we'll report back to you in future rounds. Same is true of PCAP, although they're not represented to date. This list was developed prior to today's meeting as sort of a wish list, as you see the title term it. And we also have in the back of our minds a version of this for PCAP. As that data starts to come in, we'll add that to the list. Okay, I'm happy to take questions on the data. I know that's sort of a strange exchange perhaps at this stage because the data is so incomplete, but I'm also interested in hearing, or we welcome any ideas of other data indicators we ought to track and relay back to you, or data you would like to see in the system that you currently don't have access to. So brief pause for data, feedback, other items on the wish list.
Questions, comments, suggestions?
Okay, hearing none, and I'm not surprised, it's early, right? And I think as we start to get more data and you try to square it with what you have on file, we're going to be able to have more meaningful exchanges on the exact quantification of progress you're making and the collaborative is making. Okay, for a change, I think I am on time.
Oh, you're ahead of time. We're going to have some extra time in here. Thanks, David. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to go over the answers to the quiz that I've been dropping in the chat all morning. We've had about 28 of you complete that survey, but I'm not going to try to pull up results right now. I'm just going to go over the answers. These were questions that were the hardest, if you will, the ones that were missed most frequently on the previous 3 quizzes. And this is the first time that some of you have had a chance to take this quiz because you're not supervisors attending the monthly meetings. So here's a question. Lasso may be able to help home visiting clients with which of the following cases? And there's a list of possibilities.
Yeah.
And here, in green are the kinds of cases that they can help with. Connie, did you have a question? You're unmuted.
I've just got a cough and I'm going to mute myself again.
Oh,
Sorry
okay. That's all right. I'm 95% over my bronchitis, and so I've been there definitely. So lawsuits, like one person suing another, they're not going to help you with that. They don't help with green cards. They don't take personal injury lawsuits. They don't deal with criminal cases like speeding tickets. They don't deal with private health insurance, and it's not their role to help with cash assistance for diapers. That's not what they're about. These other things are kinds of cases that Lasso can help with. True or false? Lasso can provide, I should have had this on my animation. I'll start the animation. Let's see. Can you see this?
Yes.
Yes,
Full
we can see it.
Do you see it full screen?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Can you see, have I moved something in front of the screen, or have I cleared up the screen by moving things?
You clear the answer.
It's cleared up? Okay. All right. So Lasso can provide legal advice even when a family already has legal representation. And that is false. If they already have a lawyer, they don't need a lawyer from Lasso. True or false, any home visiting clients with substance abuse concerns are eligible for PCAP services. That is false. They have eligibility requirements. Women who meet these criteria are eligible. These three things have to be true. They're pregnant or up to 24 months after having a baby, and they use alcohol or drugs during pregnancy, and they don't have other services. Or they could be eligible if they have a child with fetal alcohol syndrome, the spectrum disorder, and they're currently using alcohol, and they're in childbearing years. So there are some limitations. True or false, while Lasso provides free legal advice, full legal representation from Lasso may result in a retainer fee. That's false. Will you get a copy of this PowerPoint? Yes, you will. True or false, mothers who receive PCAP work with a case manager for 1 year to help them through substance use treatment and recovery. I thought all along this was a little bit of a trick question because they get 3 years of assistance. Outside of the innovation study, outside of this, Lasso does have some limitations that don't apply for your clients because they're in the innovation study. So what are some of these limitations? They prioritize the older clients, and they may deny services to people with income that exceeds 200% of the federal poverty level. The other things are not true. Having a criminal record does not keep someone from being an eligible client, and living outside of Oklahoma County and Tulsa County does not make somebody ineligible for services.
And I'll just add quickly, Dr. Deshay, that we included this item in the service of thinking about working with Lasso beyond this project. Again, during this project, they will accept all of the cases you send to them in terms of checking them for eligibility, regardless of the client's age. But moving forward, that will be something that they will take into account.
Right. So you don't thank you, Dr. Fleming. It feels so formal to say Dr. Fleming, as I always call her Tabitha. And here, Dr. Deshay, I'm like, you're not one of my students. Yeah, and you don't have to worry about your client's income level when you're making a referral because they're taking your clients. All right, so check all that apply. Which of these home visiting clients would be good candidates to refer for PCAP? Sylvia is in an intensive outpatient substance use treatment facility, and her 13-month-old son is in DHS custody. Marion has co-occurring diagnosis. Her newborn showed withdrawal from Suboxone at birth and is currently in the NICU. Jennifer's 3-year-old daughter received Sooner Start services for developmental delays related to Jennifer's abuse of Prozac during pregnancy. Christina is 30, has a 12-year-old son diagnosed with fetal alcohol syndrome. She has an IUD implanted after the birth of her youngest child, age 3. And Melissa's parental rights of her 16-month-old son have been terminated due to her substance use. The ones that would be good cases to, good candidates to refer are shown in green. So having a child in DHS custody is not, and already being in an intensive treatment program doesn't disqualify someone. if the parental rights are terminated, as in the case down here with Melissa, now a child is not at direct risk. And so Melissa would not be one who could receive PCAP services. But Sylvia still has parental rights, just right now her child has temporarily been taken out of the home. Marion is fine. Jennifer's 3-year-old daughter is beyond the age of having a child 2 and under 2, that is. Christina has an IUD implanted, but that's a removable birth control device. She's still of childbearing age, and she has a child with fetal alcohol syndrome. So she would be a good one to refer.
That was tricky.
Yeah, it is. It's because it's difficult to remember all those details. And when in doubt, you can refer someone.
Yes, that's what I was just going to say. Yes, when in doubt, they would like to assess the eligibility. If you're absolutely certain they won't meet, like they don't have any children or they don't have custody of their children, that would be something to be aware of. Otherwise, please feel free to refer.
Okay. All right, true or false? PCAP will work with cases with DHS involvement and mothers with at-risk alcohol use who do not currently have custody of their children under 2. That's true. That's similar to what we were just discussing with those scenarios. Check all that apply. Which of the following professionals or services working for Sooner Start, and that's a key word, working for Sooner Start, may provide services to a child with a developmental delay? And here's all these professionals and services. They're not going to have a physician working, but they do work with primary care providers. And they don't have court-appointed advocates. But all of these other services are possible through Sooner Start. I think a lot of you are very familiar with Sooner Start because you've been referring to them for years.
Yeah, but I didn't know that they did nutrition services.
Oh, you didn't? Oh, that's good to know. All right, true or false? I will automatically be notified in Unitas if a custom form is updated. The custom form shows the engagement mile markers that when you refer to someone like Sooner Start and they enter information about attempts to contact an appointment scheduled. That answer is false. You won't get that automatic notification. And this is something that we talked about in the rounding calls that we're trying to raise awareness of. And part of the problem with getting the ideas for things to point out is we don't see the referral system the way you do. We just see the back end with the summary numbers. And so we can't see any referrals here at OU. And so if you get a message like an email within Unitas, then the Unitas system sends you an email to your outside email saying, hey, you've got a message in Unitas. But if someone has tried 3 times to contact your client and hasn't been able to get through, you're not going to know that unless you go into the referral on a recurring basis. And I've suggested to agencies to consider checking once a week, every other week, or before the next home visit to see if the referral partner is having trouble reaching your client. Because as I've said in all these rounding calls, if my phone rings and I don't know who that phone call is coming from, I'm not answering it. And if they don't leave a voicemail, I'll never know who tried to call me because I'm not going to call them. And so it's incumbent upon those of you entering the Unitas referrals to go back in and check the custom form, check the referral and see if the partner's been trying. So then maybe you can intervene with the client. Tabitha, were you going to say something?
I was. I wanted to add that in addition to checking the custom forms, please keep in mind there is a messaging function in United. We shared out before an FAQ about that messaging aspect or feature. If you want that FAQ again, we can send it to you. But if there is an issue with getting a hold of your client, in addition to updating the custom form, it's possible someone might message you within Unitas because it's a secure and approved way for them to talk to you about that client. So please also be checking your account for messages. And you should get an email with whatever username you signed up with when you get a message. You will not get an email notification when the custom form is updated.
Right. And so they may, if you have someone at the other end like Pilar, who is so on top of everything and has been such a great partner, she might in addition to updating the custom form, she may be sending you an email within Unitas saying, hey, could you check with your client and tell them they're going to be getting a phone call from this number because they haven't been answering. But you can't count on that. They're busy too, and so they probably aren't going to send a message, and that's why we have to check the details with the information added to the referral. All right, questions about any of these or comments? Okay, as we've been having our rounding calls, some of you have brought up some questions. And I'm going to stop sharing for a minute. We're running a little ahead of schedule. I'd like to take a few minutes to open it up to you to ask questions. You had some questions that we had talked about. Let's see who's here today. Patty from LCDA, did you have some questions or somebody from your staff, Cynthia, or we had talked during your rounding call about some things. You're muted, Patty. You're muted, Patty. We can't hear you.
Yeah, Cynthia, you want to talk a little bit about some of the questions you did? I was not in the call, but I know that they mentioned a couple of things. And it's more related to more specifically of the services that they're going to be able to provide to families. And I think we already have a list, but it's hard when, maybe you have families that will need the services, but will not qualify for all of the requirements that they have. So I don't know.
You're talking about LASSO in particular,
LASSO.
right?
Cynthia, I don't know what kind of questions you had that day for them.
Yeah, so yesterday we were talking with Lisa, because our next project is going to be with LASSO. And I know they mentioned that for our undocumented clients, when we ask them to see if they're able to qualify, we were mentioning that there's a lot of new immigrants coming, and it's so complex. Like some of them are on asylum cases. They're not approved yet, but they're going through the asylum process. So would those be able to qualify? Because we have like different types of visas besides, the domestic. We know domestic violence is one, but we have a different.
Right. If there's any kind of domestic violence, their immigration status doesn't matter. LASSO will take them.
Right. But it's so complex because some of them have work permits. So they do have a status, but it's not a green card and it's not a US citizen. So would they be able to qualify? Do we refer them to that? So that was the question for LASSO more than anything. And I don't know if we'll be able to talk to them in the afternoon to see if they can help us to see who will qualify.
Yeah, I didn't see Pilar here. Is she here right now? or anybody else from Lasso?
I am here.
Oh, there you are.
I am here, and I would like to kind of look into that because I thought while they were pending on their asylum, they would not be eligible while they were pending on their court date. But I would like to check into that further before I committed to an answer.
Okay, thank you. If it'd be great if you could get an answer today, but and then we could talk about it this afternoon, but that's all right. We can follow up by email.
Definitely.
Other questions? I think Patty has really brought up an important issue for agencies like hers who have a large clientele of people who are undocumented. Before they start talking about Lasso services, they have to consider what's the limited list of types of issues that they can help with: the domestic violence, the human trafficking, child abuse, those kinds of cases that their immigration status, it won't be an issue. And so that really limits the list of possibilities of cases that could be referred to Lasso. And then because they don't want to start saying, hey, if you're having trouble with the landlord, we can get you help, when, oh, you're undocumented, you can't, because that's like another slam against them from a society that's already generally hostile to immigrants. And so, at least at this time, so they're having to take special care in how they are going to present Lasso. So thank you, Patty. I appreciate you bringing that up. Other questions?
Lisa, this is Kathy.
Hi, Kathy.
Sorry, there's an echo with the computers that we're both using here. I have a question, wondering if there's an opportunity to create an algorithm for, I'm specifically speaking for our team because we're now starting, or will be starting, excuse me, with PCAP on our third rotation. I'm wondering if there's an algorithm. There's a lot of caveats to that referral as far as how to determine who's eligible for what and what they had in the past and how old the child is and are they in treatment. I'm a visual learner, and we're looking at what we have, and there's a lot of words on a page, but I think an algorithm for a home visitor to have that when they're in the home visit or when they're making their plan, they can at least look at, would they be eligible, rather than going back through a list of options.
Kathy, I think
I like that idea. Yeah.
a great idea. Yes, I see some other folks nodding along and putting up a thumbs up. That's a wonderful resource or tool to have developed for that P in the PDSA, or D rather. I think we can absolutely partner with Katie and the other leadership from PCAP and try to get together a visual that could be a better aid.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Sure,
Yeah, I made a note of that. We'll get on that. Thank you. Great idea.
We do not have the visual yet, so I think that is a target for us in the coming weeks. We do have a short presentation this afternoon about the uncoped screener and qualifications for referral. Our initial thoughts on that, at least, that we will share with you for the breakout sessions this afternoon.
Yes, thank you. Okay, other comments, questions?
I know we received a few questions about the possibility of us tracking client level data on satisfaction. I love that you all are such advocates for the families you work with and you're interested and invested in what they think about this innovation. We are going to be conducting qualitative interviews as we have with other projects. I would love to show the client version to you all so you can have some insight on what we might be asking them. So I will put that on the screen real quick. So when we conduct these interviews with the clients, we will be trying to diversify folks we are able to contact in terms of which partner organization they were referred to. And when we first meet with them, we have a presentation we'll go over that kind of teaches them about Unite Us, the concept of care coordination, or in other words, organizations talking to each other, and reminding them kind of what you all use. So they will have that background information at the top. And then we'll start out really clearly reminding them that this particular provider you worked with made a referral for you to this partner organization. So we'll give them those details to remind them of that experience, and ask them to share that story with us. So you can see that here, we're asking about how it went. Can you share the process? Tell us about that story. Then we're also going to check in on how much they feel the providers were able to tell them about the service they might receive from partner organization, or answer questions about that partner organization. And then once they knew that referral was made, how long did it take to hear from the partner organization and what happened? We also define referral outcome for them at the beginning. So we ask, did your provider know that? Were they able to see that in the custom forms and they were aware you got what you needed, or was that something you told them yourself? And then kind of asking them the pros and cons of this concept of care coordination. What are your thoughts about your provider getting that information back from the organization you're referred to? We asked just straight up about satisfaction with the process. We ask about how this type of care coordination effort could impact families, thinking through advantages and disadvantages. And then if they could design a referral method for how families get in touch with services that would benefit them, what might that look like? And then we give them an option, of course, to tell us anything else they might want to share. So this is the client interview. If this is something of interest to you, we have copies of it. We're happy to show it to you in the rounding calls or go over it again in a monthly call. We also will be speaking with you all, and we have a home visiting provider interview to get your take on satisfaction, pros and cons, barriers. Questions, comments, feedback?
I was just thinking around clients, and some of those questions might be difficult. So I was wondering how they were going to, I don't know if they understand the system. I don't think we explained it. This is a new way we're doing it, and this is a new care system, and this is I think it's just the same. There's a delay, and then there is, there's a place that they can get services. So I don't think that I know exactly how the process is, but I mean, that would be interesting to hear. I just thought that maybe some of them will not give you much information about that. Probably maybe the way they felt and how everything went, but not necessarily of this new innovation.
That's why we have the education piece at the top. I'm happy to show that to you all if you think that would be helpful. And we can make minor tweaks if you have feedback about that. I can pull that up now. And I see the question from Stacy. We will definitely be asking for consent. What I meant by diversified is we'll try to get a family who is referred to each partner organization. But we will, of course, ask for consent when we recruit them. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to put it up on the share screen what we plan to show them at the beginning to try to help them understand, because you're right, this is such a convoluted topic. So we're trying our best to help them understand why we're interested in this and what we're asking about. All right, are folks able to see my slide? Perfect. Yes. Okay. So we'll tell them before we start the interview, we want to introduce some of the concepts we'll talk about. So we'll say a referral is when we make a request for services. A referral outcome is what happens to the request. So whether it was accepted, if the family is eligible for the service, or something else might have happened. We'll talk about what care coordination is, and saying that's when agencies that help families can talk together to track what happens and to improve the service. And that we're specifically talking about Unite Us, which is a secure website that connects agencies for families who get health and social care services like home visiting. And that this allows the agencies to communicate and track outcomes for the families that are served. Then we'll talk about the previous referral method. So we say in this picture, we're going to walk you through how referrals used to be placed. Families like yours start working with a home visiting provider, and then we'll share the name of the provider who they worked with, who comes to their home a couple times a week and supports the family. The home visiting provider may realize that family has a need that could be met by a community resource. So providers can make referrals to these services by email, phone, snail mail, and webpage application submissions to that community resource. And when the referral gets to the community resource, most do not have a system in place to communicate back to the provider. So we have that lack of back communication. Also, there isn't usually a procedure in place for the provider or the community resource to communicate about their work with the family. So because they don't communicate easily, families often have to tell their story over and over to each new provider and community resource. And in this picture, you'll see a second referral was placed, and the family goes to each community resource to tell their story and get their referral need met. This next picture is meant to show how some of the ways Unitas can work. Here we again have a family who is working with a home visiting provider who comes to their home a couple times a week. And now with Unitas, home visiting providers like your provider, whoever that was, can get a family's permission to put a referral into Unitas. In Unitas, families have a protected profile that can hold their story. With a family's permission, that story can be updated and shared with new service providers. So let's look at when the provider in the picture makes a referral to Community Resource 1. It turns out that the family had to change phone numbers between the time the referral was sent and when the community resource tried to call them. Before, that could have meant the family was never connected. Now they would put this into Unitas, and the home visiting provider can see the problem and update the community resource with the family's new phone number. This is just one example of how providers working with the family can communicate and coordinate care. Another
I think you've
example.
revealed your client's name is Jenny. 8675.
Oh, I did. Yeah. Yes, I'm glad you caught that, Lisa. New service providers can also document when they meet with families. So here we see they put in Unitas that the family had an intake for their services scheduled. The home visiting provider can see this and offer to support that family by maybe attending that appointment. And finally, the home visiting provider can also be updated by Community Resource 1 when the family starts services. So this could mean the home visiting provider knows that that family's needs were met. And then now in this picture, we see that Resource 1 recognized another need the family had. They were able to see that Community Resource 2 in their Unitas profile can meet that need. So they placed a referral through Unitas to Community Resource 2. They can do this easily and quickly with the family's permission to get another need met without having to send the family to each place to share their story again. So we'll show that to them before we start the interview, so they get that background information.
Thank you,
And
Tabitha.
I guess in the ideal world, that would happen. In this case, we just referring families to Student Start. I don't know how that would, the other explanation there, but it's still, whenever I do my presentation, we'll talk about it, because that's what I thought it was going to be, a two-way communication. But in one of the cases, they just said they can't communicate with us and tell us because they didn't have an RI from their family to be able to talk to us. So whenever I do my presentation, we'll go for, with that, and just because just yet I'm not seeing the total benefit of doing this. Just because of the cases. And we'll talk about the 5 cases we have whenever I do my presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Patty, for that feedback. And I'll be the first to admit what we just showed you is kind of the ideal and what the feature can do at functioning at its best. We're still working out a lot of kinks, and we appreciate you all sharing those back to us and being patient as we get this put up in a way that really helps your families.
Yeah, I said earlier, this is going to be a theme of today's conversation, right? So this is aspirational, what you just saw. I can't help but think, by the way, that presentation, or maybe a shorter version of that, might be helpful in some of these conversations with clients as we're trying to get consent, because consent seems to be the barrier here. Either consent from the home visiting side or from the referral network partner side. We can't exchange that information unless we have those two consents and they're uploaded in the system. So I know it's a practical limitation. That's where I think we have to, as a collaborative, be creative and think of better other ways that we can gather those consents, get them in the system, and then inch our way towards these aspirational ideals.
Yeah, if
All right.
anybody is interested in that presentation for their own use, we would be happy to share it out.
All right. Thank you, Tabitha. Thank you, David. And good comments from Patty. I appreciate that. So now we're going to go to your presentations, your creative presentations. I'm excited to be seeing some of these. And here are the organizations who are here today. So if you would look on the list, why don't we just go in this order if you don't mind? And let's start with Parent Promise. We'll do 2 presentations and then we'll take a break and then we'll come back to the last 3 before we have lunch.
Okay.
Megan Lynn, I see your comment in the chat. I can see that what you're saying about the missing the conversation with the resource. That's something that we'll need to consider.
Yeah, Megan, I'd love to hear more about that. Maybe when you present, or certainly at the end of the presentations. I think a quick open discussion would be helpful for all of us about where are the current barriers with the system.
Kayla, did you have?
Yeah,
Kayla,
Kayla has a comment.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to add that I totally, because I'm going to have to hop here in a minute, but thank you. I appreciate all the feedback that you all shared today. But to Megan's point, totally get that. As you all know by now, my background is in social services. I love being able to connect with other resources, but I think the thing, and I don't think that that's something that we should avoid. I think that once we know who's sending the referrals, that we should take the opportunity to get to know them. But what I like about Unite Us is the fact that we're able to keep track of the referrals that we're sending and the data portion of it. Because I think sometimes that's the piece that we miss when we're using traditional referrals. Sometimes we're not able to always track the outcomes. And I know it's a new way of doing things, but I think you know, as those of us can relate, because we all live in Oklahoma, we want to keep that Oklahoma feel to it. So I'm excited to hear additional feedback about maybe even things that we could add to the platform that would help us keep that sense of camaraderie, because we don't want to miss that either. But just wanted to add that as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Alicia, are you here from Parent Promise?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, are you ready to present?
Sure, why not? Okay. Share my screen. Here, okay, can you see that? Okay.
It's coming up. Yep, there it is.
All right. Okay, so we decided to do our presentation in form of a recipe. So, of course, a recipe for Sooner Start Referrals by Parent Promise. And here we have our ingredients. So 7 parent educators, of course, because that's what we're working with. That's the team. Unite Us training, of course, was very much needed. ASQ3s, the SEs, enrolled families, of course. Good communication, you can't leave that out. Very important ingredient there. And some patients, Wi-Fi, of course, consent forms, and some follow-ups. Okay, and so the first set of directions, so making sure that all parent educators have good Wi-Fi, very key. Take all parent educators and add them to a room at the same time to receive the Unite Us training. So that's what we did, is we all piled into a room and we took this training together. And then, so next we'll add a couple of patients. So after we took the training and everything, we were just very patient and waited for the go ahead that we could go ahead and use the Unite Us. It did take a little bit, so that's why I kind of put that in there. So make sure that all parent educators have plenty of ASQs available. And I did put in there, don't forget to check updates to see what enrolled families needed in ASQ. So that made it a little bit easier, just trying to make sure that families were already getting the updates as needed, and getting those ASQs and working with the families in that way. And then the parent educators will need to communicate well with families about administering the ASQ and the results. So just talking to families and making sure that they're understanding what the ASQ is for, and also sharing those results with the families. And then the next set of directions, so if a referral is needed, then the parent educator would need to communicate with the family about what referrals can be made, and will also need a consent form signed by the family to make the referral. Very important step there. And then once that is done, the parent educator will need to enter the referral for services through the Unite Us, and then add a cup of patience and good communication skills for any questions you may have. So let's see. Okay, so the fourth set of directions. So making sure that the referral is made in the correct agency. If not, you'll need to add 2 more cups of patience. And keep in mind that a small amount of frustration might form, which did, that is normal. But don't worry, it will go away soon. And then after a couple of weeks at the next home visit, parent educators will follow up with families to see how the results are going. And then these were our results. So by not following the recipe exactly, we learned that results can take a little bit longer than expected. So overall, we technically had 2 referrals that we put in, and that's what I mean by not following the recipe exactly, because we had one that didn't go through because she wasn't added as a user to the Unite Us. That was my fault, actually. That was on my part. I forgot to add her on there, but she went ahead and she tried to put it in there, and it didn't go through, but we worked something out as far as with the family and getting them what they needed. And then we had another parent educator that was added, and she put the referral through, and it ended up going to the wrong place. And so I can't remember exactly where it went. Daisy was the one that did the referral, and wherever the referral went to, that agency was really great as far as reaching out to her and getting with her as far as getting the referral to the correct agency. So yes, a lot of patience and communication skills were very, very important to get those results. So yeah, that's what we got.
All right. Thank you, Alicia. I think if you look in the chat, you're getting all kinds of good feedback, and I'm adding my little clapping hands to that. People are really really seem to be enjoying your presentation. Does anyone have questions? I think I counted about 5 or 6 cups of patience. So that seems to be a really crucial ingredient.
Yes, thank you.
Comments or questions?
Very creative, Alicia.
Oh, Kayla says she might like you to share this at a future partner spotlight. So,
Yes, thank you.
Kayla, what's the partner spotlight about?
So we haven't been able to do it in a while, but the partner spotlight usually, sometimes it's virtual, sometimes it's in person, but it's where we have our network partners come together and we talk about the new things that are happening on Unite Us, as well as any events that you all are having, because one of the things that we want is for the focus to not always be on Unite Us, but what's going on in our community. So we usually have a couple of partners who feel the urge to present. It doesn't have to be about Unite Us, but this is just a really good presentation, far better than anything I could come up with on my own. So would love it. I know for sure we're planning one in Tulsa in March. That will be in person, but I'm working on one in the Oklahoma City area. We'll see about whether in person or virtual, pending a lot of different variables, but you all will definitely get invitations when we start sending those out, and you're always invited to come learn more about other networks network partners that are on Unite Us.
All right, that's exciting. Thank you, Kayla, and thank you, Alicia. Kayla, you can just be in touch directly with Alicia Ramirez, and you might copy us in too with any email communication about that spotlight presentation, so that we can, just be aware of it and support her. So great job. Thank you, Alicia. All right, if you want to stop sharing, we'll go next to LCDA.
Okay.
Who's going to present? Patty?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So we did a Unite Us new flight connection from LCDA to Sooner Start. I was not as creative as Alicia. That was pretty good, Alicia, for the process. I just talked a little bit about what were the preparations for the new destination, and that we had a home visitation care coordination self-assessment done in January to 2023. The United training about the organization, all connections they offer, appropriate referrals, and routine plan inspections, and all that in February as well. We signed the BAA agreement in February. We created our change theory and PDSA in March, and the first flight date was supposed to be April 1st, but then the new flight connection was delayed until September. So some of the complications that not all the signatures were in place for the connection flight, needing to hire the staff flight attendant for the new connection, the additional routine inspections that they were requiring for implementing this before the takeoff. Then again, we needed like the pre-flight demonstration training again, clear up of confusion. That was Kayla doing it. And then that second attempt was delayed until September. So I did do a little bit more of concentration of the things that we have. We did have from April to December, 31 children, of which 7 of them were older than 3 years old, so they were not going to be sent to Sooner Start. So those 23 passengers that were referred as usual, 6 children were already receiving services, 2 started services, 8 PCGs, the parent refused the referral, 3 did not qualify for services, 4 are still waiting for services, but 1 left the program, so we might not know what happened. So that was before and unusual. So for PAT, we was only 1 referral. They was done in December 17, and they assigned a caseworker, but we don't have no more updates on what's going on. With Safe Care, we have 14 children, all under 3 years of age, and of those 10 passengers were referred as usual. 3 started services, 5 the mom refused the referral, and 2 did not qualify for services. So of those 4 passengers that were referred to the Unite Us, the first referral was done in September. They closed it on 11/17, and the outcome, it was unresolved. They said that the client did not meet criteria for the developmental delay, and the information that the family told us, it was due to 2 points. We didn't know this through Unite Us, but it was the family that told us that 2 points that did not qualify for the services. For the second family, it was done in October, and the date they was closed, it was in November 14. The outcomes, it was closed, and they said that the mother declined services due to not concerns. Info from not concerns. The info for the client is that yes, they have agreed with us for the referral, but Sooner Start contacted them. They rescheduled their first visit. So later on, she got to think, maybe I don't need this one. So after that reschedule, they decided against the referral. The third family, it was done in November 9th, and they closed it on November 21st. And the outcome, they said it was just unresolved due to lack of the ROI from Sooner Start back to Unite Us, to be able to see more. So it's inactive at this point, but we don't have no information. We don't know why, because they didn't have the ROI from the family, I guess, to talk to them. And I thought that was part of the purpose of all this. And the fourth family was referred in December 7th, and it's still open right in January 8th, and the outcome is open. The client had an appointment at Sooner Start office to get the screen complete. We don't know yet what happened with that. That's it.
All right, thanks, Patty. So what do you think of Unitas Airlines?
I think we're just getting there. You know, we continue with that flight. We're not, our PEs are not the ones that are doing this. We're just doing it through the supervisors, so that it's a different layer. You know, we just thought, you know, getting training, and they already have a lot in their plate, so it's just done through the supervisor. So I think that when Tabitha does the interviews, I would like them to talk to the supervisors to get a little more. Just maybe at this point, we would like more information, but maybe that's what Dr. Barr was talking about. You know, what the families are telling us a little bit more that we, you know, didn't know through Unitas. So it seems like, you know, let's see that last client, you know, that we're waiting to see how that goes. And so it's like whenever you have a new brand connection, you know, like you still have to work a little bit of things, but I think it's a good, you know, connection to have.
Yeah, so in your analogy, then you've kind of got some flight delays along the way, and you're not getting good updates from the airline as far as you can tell. Maybe there's an opportunity to meet with Kayla to talk some more about the custom forms. There may be a navigation issue within Unitas, or if the referral partner isn't doing enough updates that you can see, then that may be an issue that we can address. Now, with Sooner Start, those updates should be happening. With Lasso, they do often have a delay on the ROI. And so until they get that release of information, they can't put anything in the custom forms. And so, but that's something to keep in mind, because I know Kayla would be happy to step through the custom forms with you in the demo environment, or maybe even have you navigate your referrals, and she can show you what to click on and make sure that we're beating the bushes for all the information that we can get. So you're getting a lot of kudos in the comments. People are really enjoying your presentation. So thank you so much. David, do you want to say something?
Yeah, well, count me in that boat too. I haven't put it in the chat yet, but that was wonderful, Patty. Thank you. I love the analogy. We do have some Sooner Start folks on the line, so they may want to comment here in a little bit. But I also just want the group to know that, you know, what we hear today and what we're learning about your PDSAs to date, we are going to share back with your referral network partners. We are aware of difficulties getting ROIs from Sooner Start in particular. Elizabeth Fankhauser is our liaison for Sooner Start. She offices here with us, and we don't fully understand where the barriers are there, other than I suspect it's similar to the barriers that you encounter in trying to get those consents from your clients directly and then put them in the system. So logistically, it's hard. Sometimes there may be some resistance from a family who may not fully understand, well, what's the purpose of this? And I don't want my information shared with anybody under the sun. That's where I think perhaps a presentation like what Tabitha showed us earlier, the preface to the qualitative interviews, might come in handy and help sway the client, at least, that these ROIs, standard procedure, it's one way that we're trying to create stronger connections with these referral network partners. I don't know if that's the answer, but I like the freedom that you have now in this PDSA process to try and tinker with that and see, can we improve that? And you're only half the story, right? So the other half is on the other side. So we're going to have to relay these messages to your network partners, who may also need to make some tweaks so that we can take full advantage of the capabilities in Unitas. Anyway, fantastic. And I'm a little concerned that my old presentation template is going to be burned to a crisp after this. So these first two out of the gate, loving what I see, and I think we're sort of getting universal praise here. So this might be here to stay.
Yeah, and thank you, LaShonda, for your kind words in the presentation. Thank you, everybody. Now we're going to take a break for 15 minutes and can you see my screen? Shows morning break.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's take a break until 10:35 and we'll come back and resume. All right, let's get started again. Next, I'd like to go to Tulsa C1. Are y'all here?
Yes, Lisa, this is Michelle. I'll be doing the presentation for our group.
All right, thank you, Michelle.
Me. Here. All right. Y'all see that okay?
Yes.
And so we did a recipe as well. It's called Lasso Lasagna Recipe. And from the kitchen of the Children First team, serves multiple families assessed for legal services based on issues related to their social determinants of health, a perfectly layered PDSA that is a smart recipe, which creates a successful lasso referral. This is a not too cheesy recipe crafted by CQI seasoned nurses. And for our prep, we use the following measuring guides for this recipe. CQI is continuous quality improvement. PDSA is plan, do, study, act. RN is registered nurse. We need to turn on the laptop and select ETO touchpoint. Team will create lasso survey and screening tools. Utilize Children First RNs trained in implementing CQI processes and who are familiar with ingredients required to make lasso referrals. Include staff to fully incorporate rounding and monthly calls, as well as learning collaborative sessions into prepared pan. Our ingredients: nurses knowledgeable about services of lasso and how to refer, lasso screening tool and survey document knowledge of how to access and utilize Unitas platform, access to lasso referral form in Unitas, knowledge of innovation grant tab within Unitas, clients in need of and receptive to receiving lasso services, completed lasso referral based on client agreement, completion of survey, screening tool, and nurse assessment. And then continuing with our recipe, nurses will blend together a well-developed survey and screening tool to assess clients' needs and eligibility for LASSO services. Nurses will gently fold in all components of change theory diagram to include outcome measure process sprinkled with projected amounts of disruptors. Nurses will then layer these PDSA ingredients onto a prepared referral page within Unitas. Nurse will insert referrals carefully into the Unitas platform, firmly pressing the Innovation Grant tab on screen and allowing time for referral to simmer while waiting for the referral to be accepted by LASSO within the Unitas platform. When referral accepted by LASSO, nurse will then wait for a confirmation of eligibility for services from LASSO team, checking periodically for updates. Team will check in during the monthly rounding calls to check doneness and to assess if we are meeting our goals. Bon appetit. And then some additional considerations that may create need for adjustments or substitutions to the ingredients for this recipe. Add bilingual nurse seasoning as needed to ensure needs of monolingual Spanish speaking clients are met during survey and screening tool assessments. For additional zest, add Burmese interpreter for monolingual Zomi speaking clients. Carefully measure the documentation status of the client. Omit legal issues not addressed by LASSO during screening. And not every client enjoys lasagna, so be prepared for eligible clients who may decline the LASSO referral. Some test kitchen results. Customers who ordered off the LASSO menu were overall very pleased with the LASSO referral and intervention they were served. Tulsa Michelin nurses were, of course, a bit skeptical about parts of this recipe, always wanting to ensure the best presentation of the LASSO lasagna referral to their customers. The nurse provided feedback as to how to improve the process and inquire about timelines when referrals were delayed, so that the customer did not receive an over or undercooked LASSO lasagna. It was very helpful to have Kayla from the Unitas Culinary Arts Department to meet with the team to ensure the Unitas process and equipment were all in working order, including the Innovations Grant tab on the platform. Again, Michelin level C1 nurses always need to see results. Therefore, it was a bit disappointing not to see the fruits of their labor in this lasagna in the form of data, but we followed the recipe, and in the end, the customers got fed what they needed. That is our presentation.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much. I think everybody is hungry now. You're getting a lot of positive feedback in your chat box. So thank you so much. Any questions or comments?
You had mentioned some declines. Do you have a count by chance of how many clients declined the LASSO referral? Or maybe a proportion, you think?
It's a very small proportion, but I don't have a count available right now, but we could certainly look into that if that's something that anyone would want.
You know, I'm just like you. I want to see data, right? So I'm starved for data right now. And
Yes.
yeah, so when I'm asking these questions, it's because I can't see it yet either. I'm curious to know why they declined. You may not know that now, but if we can figure that out, that might be helpful for those coming after you.
The rest of us are hungry for lunch and David's hungry for data. All right. Thanks a lot, Michelle. That was great. All right. Let's go to Yolanda from Oklahoma City Public Schools. Yolanda, you're up.
Ready. Thank you. I will go ahead and share this screen real quick. Okay, hold on just a second. Oh I'm so sorry. I don't know why. Oh, here we are. Okay. You can see my screen? Okay. So, well, first of all, I think Patty and we have the same idea. Maybe that's where we need to go on vacation. Maybe it's a sign. But yes, we also did take a flight in this new project, and it was improving ways to refer families using the United Care Coordinator system. So planning the trip, so reserve the destination. We wanted to improve the process of making referrals using the United Care Coordination Portal and facilitation between Sooner Starting Oklahoma City Public Schools Parents and Teachers Program. Seeing the goal. So with implementation of the United system, we want that at least the 75% of the children under 36 months identified with developmental concern will complete a Sooner Start intake and assessment. And by the way, that is the cathedral in my hometown. Liz told me to tell you guys. And what to prepare for this trip. So we are going to, of course, the supervisors and staff, clients in need Sooner Start services. For children under 36 months, identify those who do have developmental concerns. And where they're going to take place, of course, is in the homes, or, you know, if we visit the family in another location like the library, and during and after home visits. The first layover identify families whose children were under 36 months. Remember that we are doing Sooner Start, and they are at developmental risk, and unite us a referral tracking system training for PAT staff. And so I called this flight SS 2024, and it was delayed. So one of the disruptors that we have, we encountered several. The delays of the implementation of the United system, staff turnover. We have 3 parent educators left. And of course, when parent educators leave, sometimes families don't want to be served by another provider. And we also have a lot of exits due to graduation. So that was, you know, we ended up with less families that we expect at the beginning of this project. So not only our flight was delayed, our flight was SS 2024 was canceled, and there is no data since we implement this project. According with our other report that we use, the ETO, and all the reports that we get for parents and teachers, we have a total of children under 3 years old that they were previously identified with developmental delays, and they were receiving services already. I think we have maybe a couple of new children, they were identified, but they were 3 years older. I mean, older than 3 years, so that we couldn't refer to Sooner Start. One of the things that I had to mention about that, after we had this presentation and everything, I have a referral. Mom wants to refer the child to Sooner Start. And yes, we did put the referral in, but of course we don't have any data or any update just yet. So the lessons learned is I call the complementary voucher. The analysis team, they were very supportive in all these process. And also, you know, the training for the United system was provided, provide opportunities to have more technical support when we need it. And so the next step, we will adapt and use Unite Assistant to refer families. This time is going to be to LASSO in our next PDSA cycle. And that's it.
All right, that's terrific. Thank you so much. Questions or comments for Yolanda? You're getting a lot of praise about your presentation too. In the comments, people are enjoying your twist on things like the flight voucher
And the beauty of your hometown.
Yes,
those were
definitely.
stunning pictures. Speaking of, yeah, you guys are hungry. I want warmer weather and beaches. Just a point of clarification here. I know we've talked about it before, but it bears repeating that as we move forward with a new PDSA, you're changing your referral network partner target, but we would still like you to use Unitas for your prior PDSA referral network partner as well. So in the case of OKCPS, PAT, they've been sending referrals or plan to send referrals through Unitas to Sooner Start. We'd like you to keep doing that, even though that's not the concentrated focus of your next PDSA. If you are currently sending referrals to LASSO as part of your past PDSA, we'd like you to keep doing that, even as you transition to focus on Sooner Start or PCAT.
Yeah, so we're adding referral partners as we go through time.
So yeah, David, thank you for clarifying that, because that was going to be my next question. Even if we close this cycle, we still refer families through Unitas, right? That's okay. Yeah, that was my question.
Yeah, we would really prefer that you do that. If there's an issue there, let's chat individually, and you can put it in the chat now or email me, and we'll set up a time to talk. But we'd really like you to continue using the system for referral network partners that were the focus of past PDSAs.
Will that be using the innovation grant tab? Is that what you'd like us to do? Okay.
Yes, Kathy.
Thank you.
Yes. Before we end this project, and gosh, it's hard to believe it's almost over, but you know, September will be here before we know it. Before we end this project, we'll talk about transitioning away from that innovation moniker in Unitas to the actual agency, the main agencies that are in those systems. So with Kayla's help, we'll try to prepare everyone for that transition as your third PDSA is winding down.
Okay, thank you.
But for now, yes, innovation so that we can track it, so that data comes in. And it may sound strange. Well, why don't you want to compare how we're performing with and without Unitas? We are doing that, and we're attempting to do it from your historic data in ETO. So we'd like you to just keep moving forward with Unitas for Sooner Start and or LASSO. And we'll do the best we can to compare referral performance, successive utilization with the data that we have in ETO, sorry.
All right, thank you. There was a question in the chat about the Touchpoint ETO adapting to that. Yes, Andrew and I need to go through your PDSAs and make sure you have everything in ETO to record the information that you need for your PDSA that's being added this month. Before we go to PCCT for their presentation, I'd like to take a moment and introduce Christine Wang. And did I say your last name right, Christine?
Yes, that is close enough.
Oh, please say it for me.
Huang is how you
Huang?
would.
Okay.
Yes, perfect.
Okay. All right. Christine is taking the place of Danielle from OSDH. Christine, if you'll tell us just a little bit about your role.
Yes, so I will be I'm a MIECHV program evaluator. I'll be helping a lot with Dr. Deshay, Dr. Barr, Dr. Fleming, as well as with John. So I'm happy to provide any assistance I can, and also just learning a lot from everyone as well.
All right. Thank you so much, Christine. Some of you have already met her in some rounding calls. She'll be attending some of them each month. All right. So now let's go to PCCT. Is it going to be Stacy or Lena presenting today?
It's actually Megan and
Oh,
Stella
hi, Megan.
presenting.
Oh, okay.
Hi. So let's see. Let me see if I can share my screen here.
We're going to hear a story, a fairy tale, a children's story.
Let's see here. This is our first time to do this, so let's.
Perfect.
Is that too loud? The music?
We can't hear the music.
Oh, okay. Well,
You might have to, when you go to share it, make sure that you've clicked share sound.
Yeah, so you might have to stop sharing
okay.
and reshare. There's an option for sharing sound.
All we can hear is the music really loud. So hold on just one moment. Thank you for your patience with us.
Yeah, thank you, Kimberly. It says share sound.
I'm going to mute
is an
myself
option.
while we are figuring this out. Just a moment.
Okay. When I click the share screen, I see a box in the bottom left corner.
I think we got it.
Okay.
And I'm going to turn it down just a tad because that was really loud. Okay, full screen, autoplay. In the great land of USA, there was a valiant group of visitors from PCCT who ventured out to the citizens of USA's homes. The visitors were familiar with a great knight named Lasso of USA, who rescued many people in this great land. One maiden sought to help to escape her dangerous consort, and Lasso came to her rescue, providing her with many words of wisdom. One day, there was a fair lady named Pearl who lived in a modest citizen. Her lord was about to unlawfully expel her and her children from their home. Her tales of the night, Lasso's heroism from one of the valiant visitors, sought to receive Lasso's assistance. And all of a sudden, a pearl received a message from the knight's servant, inquiring if there were any pearls children. When the pearl heard this, she exclaimed, "Yes, I have a doctor for right here in the land." The servant explained, "I believe Knight Lasso can help you." Great Knight Lasso received a How do we stop this?
I am so impressed. That was great. I think you have wowed us all, really. That was great. The use of the music was perfect for the presentation too. It was really seemed like you had put together, beyond a story, that you presented like a cartoon. So that was great.
Well, thank you all. it was a collaborative effort for sure.
I agree with Jordan. I smiled the whole time.
And I apologize. I thought I made them long enough to read, but I think they flipped through faster than we intended, but I appreciate
That's
that.
all right, because you, as somebody commented in the chat, because you did have the words on there, we could read it. All right.
Megan, it was
Questions?
great. I really enjoyed it. I wonder if you can tell us a little bit more of the backstory here with that particular case. And then I'm recalling your comment from earlier too about the disconnect with your referral source partners and some of the artificial nature of communicating through Unite Us.
Sure. Well, I can comment on a portion of this story, and then we'll solicit help from my other cohorts. But one of the success stories that I had a mother who was in a psychological or emotionally abusive situation and needed to get out of it, and help break her lease and get beautiful, wonderful success story with that. And I'll have after February follow up with that, but she's extremely grateful. And Lena gets a lot of credit for helping put this story together, so maybe she may be able to weigh in on the remainder of it.
Thank you, Megan. Thanks so much for all your guys' hard work. I really appreciate all the effort that you put into it. Thank you so much. For the other part of the story, it was talking about one of the clients who originally we thought wouldn't be able to get assistance because of the fact that the client herself was undocumented, but we spoke with Pilar, and they were able to let us know they contacted the client and found out that one of her children, I think an older child, was a citizen, and so they were able to actually help them in regards with like the landlord situation that they were dealing with. And so that was one of the other ones there. We had a lot of struggles with referrals because we have a lot of undocumented clients who actually need assistance that Lasso offers, but unfortunately they didn't qualify for the services. But and so that's where part of the story comes in with talking about them having the not being a citizen, but having the child that was a citizen, and being able to be helped by Lasso. So we were very grateful. That family's grateful for it. Those families are both grateful for all the help that they received. I'm sorry, what was the other question?
I think the other question was about the comment that I had made earlier. And I was telling on our Stella on our break that I really appreciate Kayla's response that puts some onus on me. Maybe there's been a disconnect with the referral because I feel like I'm just pressing a button, but I can still responsibly contact the referral and the resource and start that relationship. So maybe the initial part, but that doesn't stop me from following up. So I really appreciate Kayla's direction on that what I saw as a barrier is just an opportunity that it doesn't stop me from doing that. I just repeated myself a lot, but so that really helped me, Kayla. Thank you.
I had a question. Can they talk a little bit more of how they presented to the families that maybe they knew that, I don't know, sometimes they are completely undocumented, and we have a mixture of people that are in the process of, getting the papers. So one has it. So how do you handle that when you were presenting about Lasso services?
Well, let me just say how we did it. We had the I help tool, which is just a questionnaire that Lasso uses. And so we just presented that to the clients, and it just has a variety of questions. Actually, I think in the beginning we were just using the tool, and then when we found out that clients needed to be referred, and then the clients were getting referred and then getting rejected because of their status. And and that tended to really create like a barrier for some of our PEs with them wanting to even present the information at all and even ask the questions to some of the clients because of their status. I don't know if that's very helpful or if that answers any of your question at all.
Yeah, I was wondering about that just because I know I can hear the providers feeling uncomfortable if they, why to present something that they know that at the end, they're having difficulties and they're not going to be able to, so they kind of don't want to talk about it. So I was just wondering how I was going to handle that, because maybe it'd be good just for the project, just to know how many people really will need services, but then how many out of the scope of them, maybe that will be the value of it. But I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure how we're gonna handle that, because it's kind of like asking someone, "You want this candy?" and then, "Oh no, you can't have the candy because qualify."
Exactly. That's
So
exactly
it's
how it felt.
very hard.
Yeah, I think we came to this conclusion through trial and error, just realizing after, many rejections that our clients, why they're being rejected. And so it's just kind of figuring out how we can help them, even though it wasn't working this way. We were trying to figure out a way that we can still help them.
Do you have
Yeah,
that?
I would like to
by
add
chance
as
that-
well. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
Stacey. Go ahead, Stacey.
I was going to say, I'd like to add that we did coordinate with Pilar on, she did provide an additional kind of document that told us what services that they did offer for clients that were undocumented. And so we could evaluate beforehand, like if we knew that information, so that way we didn't present them something and give them false hope if we knew they weren't going to qualify. So Pilar was really good in helping coordinate that with us, as well as we added a touch point, or to our touch point, we added whether or not the client qualified or not. So that was a way to track it, knowing ahead of time, like we didn't present the information because we knew that they didn't qualify for that. So that may help moving forward with other agencies.
That's great context, Stacey, and builds off the question I was going to ask. Do you have this scripted out PCCT group on the whole? And if so, can you share that with us so we can provide it to the Oklahoma County sites that are about to blaze the same trail?
Yeah, I can share that with Lisa and she can spread that.
That would be great. I'm also curious to know how much of the like the qualifications seem to be a central theme here of many of these cases. So determining whether or not the family qualified, how much of that information was exchanged through Unite Us? How much of it was exchanged outside of Unite Us?
I would say, I mean, and any of the parent educators, please feel free to join in on this because you guys are the ones communicating that. I would say it was about half and half. I think half of them, going into it knew that they wouldn't qualify. And so they just, did that in ETO, but then half of them weren't sure. And so they went ahead and made the referral and then coordinated with Pilar on whether or not that was something that would be able to move forward or not.
I think when we first started, it was pretty rough, especially for my parent educators, my bilingual staff. It was pretty rough at the start, but once we got kind of used to it, and there was a lot of resistance in asking the clients just because of the rejection. But nevertheless, it picked up as we went on, and more referrals were being presented because we learned more about the exceptions to the rule that LASSO has.
Pilar has been a tremendous resource for us with those LASSO projects. So those of you that are getting ready to transition to focus your PDSAs on LASSO, I believe she's around this afternoon. Pilar, you correct me if I'm wrong. And we'll bounce from room to room. So I would highly encourage you to pick her brain. And, a lot of the lessons I think learned here at PCCT she can also convey back to you, and we can be even more proactive with these subsequent attempts to send out LASSO referrals. Okay, I was asked in the chat, I think, to wind us down and prepare for lunch. Any other discussion real quick about the PCCT project or any of the other projects we've learned of this morning? Well, again, collective deep breaths. I want to pat you on the back. This is no easy feat. And some of you, we've been down this road before. We are definitely further along than we've been previously. And I would say that that's true not only from the previous attempts that I was a part of, but for previous attempts here in the state that I'm aware of. So we're not to the aspirational level of what Tabitha presented at the end of this morning's opening session. We'd like to get there, and that's part of the task ahead with the PDSAs you developed this afternoon and the ones that we'll develop in just a few months as we get to the third and final round of this. So we hope we take full advantage of that in the time that this project permits. And we're very grateful, though, for the progress you've made to date and for the stories that you've shared this morning. I am pretty convinced my old template can be disposed of, and I'm blown away with your creativity. I'm always blown away with, you know, how much care and thought and rigor you put into these projects, but the creativity too in presenting it back to us today is just, it really did put a smile on my face as well, as you saw. I was laughing out loud on mute for several of those. So thank you. And those of you that did get hungry hearing about lasagna and other recipes, you can go scratch that itch now. We need to be back by 12:30. I'm looking for a head nod from Lisa. Yes, 12:30. So an extended lunch, corporate lunch today. So enjoy, and we'll see you back at 12:30 for a presentation from our LASSO colleagues. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Let's see how we're doing on people returning. I think a fair number of you have come back. Let's see, Tiffany, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. How are you, Tiffany?
Well, I've been better, but I'm here and I'm excited.
Yeah, well, thank you for setting aside the time. There'll
Of
be
course.
some people ding-donging into the meeting. So I'd like everyone to welcome Tiffany Armendariz. She's an attorney with Lasso, and she's going to be talking about the medical legal partnership and how that applies to our work in the collaborative. So I'll turn it over to you now. Let me see if are we recording, Lisa Tunley? Are you back?
We're recording. Yep.
Okay, thank you. All right, take it away, Tiffany.
Okay, so am I sharing my screen for the
Yes, please.
slideshow? Okay.
Not yet.
Okay.
You will be, but when you start.
When I start, okay. All right, so I would like to preface it with technology is not my strength, despite our massive use of it in the last few years. And also my mouse quit today, so I'm borrowing one and it's not fully cooperating with me. Okay, I will share my screen. And I have the wrong PowerPoint up. Hang on. Okay. I also have 3 monitors. And I'm not, there it is. Okay. Okay. Okay, can you see just slides or do you see the divided screen with notes and next slide?
We see divided screen.
Okay.
I think if you stop sharing and stop, oh no, there it was.
Oh, did
just
I just as you said that, okay. Okay, how about now? Do you, okay.
Yes, that's full screen. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay. I know that, or I think that everyone on this call may have, may be more familiar with Pilar and have heard from Michael, our executive director. So I'm hoping to not be redundant, but just be more focused, instructive, and helpful, and explaining the MLP, which is medical legal partnership, that is MLP, and model of practice is it's a different type of practicing law for us than the traditional practice of law, than even the traditional legal aid way of practicing law. Okay, so, and we refer to this as the Lasso MIECHV MLP, and the team for legal aid is myself. I'm the MLP development director, and just really quickly, that means that I manage our medical legal partnership relationships with our healthcare partners at the administrative level and on the front line, boots on the ground with legal aid staff and their funders. I support staff and site integration and partner problem solving. I essentially manage, foster, and facilitate our relationships with our healthcare partners and work with our attorneys and paralegals and working with the healthcare partner. And I've been with legal aid for 8 years now. And before becoming the director, all of my work was primarily with MLP practice and our relationship with the Oklahoma City VA hospital. I worked with veterans. So the attorneys are Alexis, Miles, and Connie. Miles is transitioning out. Connie has joined us today. This is her first day assigned to this grant. Pilar is our grant manager. And on here I have our medical champions. And that's just how we refer to our primary point of contact for the healthcare partner side, which is you all. And I would also like to state in the beginning that, This is a non-traditional medical legal partnership in the sense that staff members are out in the field. There's not a central physical location for us to put an attorney on site to work closely with everyone. So it's a little different, but the concept is applicable here, and this is how we think of it as a medical legal partnership. So we're going to talk about that briefly, just an introduction to how it started, why it's important, why we're doing it this way, the MLP practice, and then also the screening and referral process. So I hope for you all to gain a better understanding and working knowledge of the medical legal partnership, and then how to learn or to learn more how to, because you've already been doing this, but screening your patients for health harming legal needs and making a referral to us. So just why and how it came about. In the early 90s, Dr. Barry Zuckerman was the chief of pediatrics, which was then Boston City Hospital and is now Boston Medical Center. He was tired of seeing his pediatric patients cycling back into the hospital again and again with respiratory issues, asthmatic kids, breathing problems, things like that, because of issues with their homes and their apartments. And he would write letters to landlords himself, but they would ignore him. And so, and I love this anecdote, is that one night he was at a cocktail party complaining about this, and someone chimed in and asked him, like, what does the law say about it? And that got him thinking. And so he thought it was a very important question, and he didn't know because he was a doctor, not an attorney. So in 1993, he established the Family Advocacy Program with 3 attorneys to prod the landlords to secure government benefits, help with Medicaid, insurance companies, schools, and other bureaucracies. And then he's focused his career on social environments and how they affect low-income children, but is essentially the founder of the medical legal partnership model. And in Oklahoma, Legal Aid, which we refer to ourselves as LASSO, developed the first MLP. It was formed at OU Tulsa Pediatrics in 2008. It's still operational and highly successful today. And we currently have more than 18 active, meaning MOUs, attorneys, working sites across the state of Oklahoma, and 25 other medical legal partnership relationships in various stages. We're all familiar with social determinants of health. And when I was introduced to this a long time ago, I thought they were called social detriments of health. And I still might accidentally say that today. And I started thinking about it early on, and it's appropriate because a lot of these factors are detrimental to the population that we serve. And social determinants of health, SDOH, are grouped into 5 domains: economic stability, education, access and quality, healthcare access and quality, neighborhood and built environment, social and community context. It's how we live, work, and play and function where we do those things. And these align with how we practice law in these partnerships. This just shows that population health is primarily determined by social factors. Only 25% of population health is genes or biology, genetics. I'm moving rather quickly through some of this as a review and an introduction. If anyone has questions, I hope to have time at the end. If someone on the call would like to friendly intervene, if necessary, to get my attention, feel free. I welcome interaction. We learn better that way. This is just, there's a few slides which I call application slides. Remember the orange. And so this is where legal services fit within a healthcare organization's response to social determinants of health. And so this just categorizes SDOH, social needs, and legal needs with an example, which is a food desert, which we're all familiar. Food deserts primarily exist in low-income areas, and they don't have immediate access to food. The social need is that people need to be able to buy not only fresh produce, but also other groceries. A legal need stemming from that could be that a family needs to file an appeal after their benefits are cut, which is something an attorney could help with. So that's the social needs that have legal solutions, somewhere where we can make a difference. It's important in the medical legal partnership for us to all use the same terminology and vocabulary, so that we're all speaking the same language, because communication is key to a successful MLP. There are legal problems that are health problems. Legal problems create health problems. Legal issues are extremely stressful, and stress is the silent killer and cause of a lot of health problems. I am not a medical professional, so I am a legal professional. I am an attorney. Just like to qualify what I say with that. But a common legal problem would be a denial of food supports or housing subsidies, and the SDOH is a lack of basic resources. Children living in houses with molds or rodent infestations or violation of housing laws, housing discrimination affects the household. That's their physical environment. Seniors wrongfully denied long-term care coverage, that's lack of access to insurance. If you'll see on a lot of my slides, I reference the National Center for Medical Legal Partnership. Legal aid, we have a close relationship with the NC-MLP. If you get an email from me, it says in my signature line, what is an MLP? If you click on that, it takes you to their site. It's a wealth of information and resources. We work closely with them in the development, implementation, and ongoing progress and processes of our MLPs. They, a few years ago, evaluated us, gave us a lot of good feedback. We take their recommendations and evidence and suggestions very seriously. So you've probably heard this before, just an MLP. It's an innovative healthcare delivery model. I'm sure Michael Figgins has stressed this. We're combining our expertise on both sides of the partnership, legal advocacy and healthcare side. We're collaborating, we're addressing health harming legal needs, which leads to improved health and well-being of the populations that we're serving. Now, on the right side is the traditional model where lawyers are on call and down the hall, as we like to say, where they're actually integrated into the physical space. But here it's a little different. You do have access to us for consultations, which we'll talk about later. But still, the people that you're working with don't have to make a separate trip to legal aid. They don't have to call or go online and try to apply for legal aid services. They are, for lack of a better way of putting it, just jump to the front of the line. That's what the partnership is about. Legal Aid Services of Oklahoma, we have thousands and thousands of applicants across the state of Oklahoma every year, and we serve thousands and thousands of people, but there are thousands and thousands more that we cannot because of lack of resources. And in these partnerships, they're fast-tracked, they're prioritized. That's the beauty of it. This is a very good video of a very successful MLP, but it is 6 minutes long. And I think I'm going to skip this if we have time. I'd love to show it to you later. Okay, so we are training, treating, transforming, and preventing. Core to a successful MLP is training, what we're doing right now, ongoing reciprocal training to make this partnership work. we're treating people. We're treating your patients who become referrals to us and hopefully become our clients. Ultimately, what we're wanting here is a patient client for the both of us. Patient-client is the goal. And that's transforming the way that we're doing our work, and we're preventing, we get to be proactive. We get to where we intervene and help people before they have to call or tell you when you're out there, I have a court hearing tomorrow and I don't know what to do. Hopefully, because of what we're doing here and learning, we can start to get involved before they have a court hearing the next day and don't know what to do, or had one last week and didn't show up because they didn't know what to do or where to go for help. Ultimately, we would like to affect policy change in the work that we do on the legal and legislative side of it. So we're benefiting those that we work with by improving their health, by helping with the legal issues, reduction of stress. It's one-stop shopping in the sense that the partnership where both sides of it is serving the patient client. Benefits to us are collaborating with you. One of the barriers across the board in this work is connecting and communicating with referrals and even clients once they become our clients. And this type of work increases the likelihood that we will be able to connect, contact, and help these people. We're all working at the height of our professions, at the top of our licenses. And that's the benefits to you as well. You learn how to see a solution when you're visiting with someone and they make a passing comment about, I don't know, maybe I have to start packing because my landlord says I have to leave, but I don't know why. And you are starting to see that, oh, I know who can help you with that. I'm going to refer you to legal aid. This just demonstrates how we're transforming both sides of our professions. We're helping people who may fall in the cracks at times, unfortunately. On the left side is the prevailing model for legal assistance and healthcare. And on the right side is how we heighten that work, how we improve on it, how it's prioritized in the MLP model. It's preventative. Working together. We're addressing things at a level, we're working upstream. Both of our advocacy skills are valued, prioritized, and utilized on a regular basis. Okay, so this is how different team members can address the social needs that were in the previous orange slide. And this example is a family of 4 struggling to make rent after the mom is unable to work during her cancer treatment. You can insert any type of healthcare issue, home situation, and our partnerships are not just about physical health. We have partnerships with behavioral health facilities such as Red Rock and Lighthouse. So the things that patients are experiencing is not just strictly physical health, but it's also mental health. It's ways that we can help holistically improve the lives of these target populations. So this just demonstrates the different levels of how we can assist depending on your role. A community health worker could help this patient fill out applications, pull documents together, or accompany her to apply. At a different level, a case manager or a social worker can work even more focused on what they would qualify for, what they're eligible for, write support letters that could be used as evidence or gather medical documentation. And then you have an attorney who may advise about the FMLA or any other job protections that she may have so that she doesn't lose her job while she's seeking treatment for the cancer. And then all three can work together and problem solve and collect evidence and communicate and facilitate, with all the proper documentation covering both sides of the situation, such as releases of information and things like that. We can all work together and communicate and assist this patient with these issues and make a difference in their lives. Okay, here's one of the places I wanted to spend a little more time. It's what we can actually assist with, and an easy way to perhaps remember that or learn that and build upon what we've already covered. Because we put our legal issues into what we call I-HELP categories. So the acronym I-HELP is how we teach and remember it ourselves. And that's how our referral forms and things that we use in the traditional MLPs have been developed. And so it's always best, I think, to start with what we cannot assist with, which no criminal issues, limited to no immigration issues depending on other grants and funding. We don't sue any of our partners or affiliates, which is generally, we don't do torts where we just sue other people or med mal. Our attorneys are licensed to practice in Oklahoma, so the legal issue has to be in the state. Our jurisdiction is only Oklahoma, so the legal issue has to be in the state. Another thing that's important to mention is that in these partnerships, we won't leave your referrals hanging. We do everything we can to assist at the highest possible level. And if we cannot, for some reason, help them directly, we refer them out or provide resources and legal information that will either help them self-advocate or that will refer them to someone who is better suited to help them with that particular issue. So the I-HELP categories go around in a circle, starting at the top. There's income supports. And we'll break this down on the next slide even further. Income supports, healthcare access, education and employment for the E, landlord, tenant, and housing for the L, and P is personal and family stability and safety. So those are the I-HELP categories. And this breaks it down even further. So income supports, think money or lack thereof. It has to do with benefits, services, debt collection, consumer issues, child support, and criminal fines and fees. There's a difference between criminal issues and issues related to failure to pay criminal fines and fees. And you're not expected to differentiate that. That's something that we can do once you make the referral. If you know they were just arrested, we'll get more into this later in just a minute too. It's the bulk of it is issue spotting and making the referral. If they just got arrested and they're charged, that's not something we can help with. That's a straight criminal issue. The H is for healthcare access and benefits. We have healthcare navigators. We help with issues relating to insurance and other healthcare benefits. We help with issues with federal benefits, whether it's Social Security or VA benefits. Education and employment. Think unemployment, special education services for children where they're on an IEP or the other plan, federal education benefits. Landlord, tenant, and housing is the big one. There's lots of issues that could fall under that specific category, whether it's a loss of housing, whether it's public or private housing, if it has to do with utilities, notices or cutoffs, notices from the landlord, warnings from the landlord, housing discrimination, landlord lack of repairs and maintenance, unhealthy housing conditions, housing issues across the board. We have a strong housing team as well who assists with housing issues throughout the entire firm. Personal and family stability, and safety. This is, think family law issues, whether it's paternity, divorce. Under those two big, paternity and divorce, you have custody support and visitation issues, minor or adult guardianships, VPO, which is, victim protective orders. Estate planning falls under this, whether it's related to healthcare or general estate planning. Estate planning, you may think wills and trust, but estate planning is all encompassing, including end of life planning, which end of life planning is important in order to make arrangements. You can make your own arrangements for how you want the end of your life to be carried out, so your loved ones don't have to make those decisions. Then you also make arrangements for your property once you pass. So that's a better breakdown of the more specific things. It's still categorical in the sense, but we're going to get into some specific examples next. The last orange slide. Just remember that MLP is one of the only interventions that tackles both individual needs and underlying policies. I referenced that earlier. We're trying to detect patterns, work upstream, target these unhealthy policies that keep people sick and stuck in the legal system and the healthcare system for whatever reason, and make a difference and make a change, a positive impact there. Okay, so that was the first half. Again, we're going to get into some more specific examples for making referrals, but I always like to stop and quickly, if you had a question for any of just what we just now covered, I could take those for a couple of minutes right now, or we can just move on. I don't know if anybody's posted anything in the chat. Lise?
We're monitoring the chat for you, Tiffany. So no comments yet, but thank you for that overview. Look forward to the remainder of the presentation.
And thank you for monitoring the chat, Tabitha. Okay, so screening and referral process. So in an MLP, the healthcare professional, the home health visiting staff member, is responsible for the initial screening process. And that's not a formal thing. That's just more listening skills. And you're doing that not at the partnership site, but when you're visiting with your patient. And it's in an MLP, it's the healthcare partner's responsibility to determine, that this person screened positive for a health harming legal need, and then make the referral to us. And remember that a health harming legal need is a type of SDOH. Now we have, and this is where this partnership deviates a little bit from the standard and traditional SOP. We have an official screening and referral form. It's our formal tool for you to use to assess and determine whether there is a need for legal assistance. We're moving, all the referrals are on the platform Unite Us. I'm fully aware of that. I have limited proficiency there, but I'm learning more and more as we go. Our formalized screening process with our other partnerships is paper-based. It's not self-administered by the patient, meaning that we don't ever hand someone this form and say, here, fill this out if you think you need help with a legal issue. I mean, that's just not how that works. But I'm going to go ahead and quickly go over this. If anything, it could be used as a tool for you in your toolbox when helping and serving your patient or client, whatever you call them when you're visiting them? Which is a good question. Do all of the home healthcare visiting members, do we call them patients?
They generally say clients or families.
Clients or families. Okay, thank you. So when I've been saying patient this far into it, I've met your clients too and your families, those that you're serving. This is just a workflow of the LASSO MLP screening and referral process. So screening starts when the healthcare partner implements the process, either listening or asking follow-up questions, documenting the results in whatever manner is appropriate so that you can make the referral. So if your client screens positive for legal needs, then that equals a referral, and we've gone to the referral part of it. And that's when you send the referral to us and we take it from there. And there's a lot that you don't need to worry about because we take care of it on the legal side. We'll get more into that as we go through the examples, which is just after this brief overview. So we typically use an information box where we're getting your information, the patient information. This is covered differently in this situation. But this is important because this would be really helpful. This is the presenting issues questionnaire. And we've discovered over using this for 12 years, it's evolved over its use. There's been, several versions. It's NCMLP approved. It's evidence-based. We've streamlined it to where it's broken into iHelp categories and it's yes or no questions. And the more familiar someone comes with these types of questions and listening for issues related to this questions, the easier it is to make a referral, make the determination that a referral is necessary and then refer to us. So familiarity will breed efficiency, and it comes with training and screening. And if you're not going to use it, you may want to just review this if you're interested. We also provide a guide that goes with this form that explains a lot of what I'm covering and would be a good follow-up for boots on the ground workers as a reference and a resource tool. We also ask for summaries here, and I already talked about it being evidence-based and NCMLP approved. Okay, so this is a little game that I like to play. If we were in person, Tabitha, you might get a little busy right here. It depends on rate of participation or willingness to participate. So in person, it's a thumbs up, thumbs down game. Sometimes I don't even know how many people are on this call, but sometimes with smaller numbers, it's a chat participation. Just if you would like to be proactive in your learning and participate, I welcome that with Tabitha's agreement and help here.
People can use their reactions button.
Yeah.
Give a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
Yeah,
And
this is
Tiffany, just
the
for
best part.
We've got 71 people.
Oh, 71 people? Okay. Okay, so is this a good MLP referral? Please talk to, and you say patient, insert client family. Please talk to this patient and make him spend more time with his kids. Just if you get a few reactions, Tabitha, could you just let me know like how they're leaning there?
Yes, I will.
So we have a couple
I'm
of
seeing some thumbs down.
Okay.
There's also buttons for yes and no.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
some X's.
either way. So go ahead.
Looks like we've got consensus. Folks are saying probably not.
Yes, right. Okay. So we're starting off simple here. That is not a legal issue. We cannot do anything to make someone spend more time with their kids or teach them how to be a better parent. Okay. A patient wants to sue the home health service because she feels she was treated unfairly.
I'm seeing some down, some yeses. I think we're split.
Okay, well, we do not sue our partners or affiliates, so that is not a good referral. We generally don't sue people. There are only limited exceptions to that, but we definitely do not sue partners and affiliates. So that's not a good referral.
Most folks ended up going down, so thank you for clarifying down.
Okay. Please investigate the housing situation for this family. How are we doing?
Mostly yes.
Yes. Especially in the beginning. This capitalizes on a couple of different things. The word investigate is purposeful, just to point out that, you know, we are a law firm. We do not employ personal investigators. We don't we can't you know, we have to do as attorneys some limited investigative work when we're serving someone or filing notices and serving them to people, things like that, or finding people. But just quick, we don't have personal investigators for anything, not just this example. And you know, if there's something going on, but sometimes your patient, your client family might not even know what's going on. We can help them figure out. You don't need to know what's going on. Just always default if your gut's telling you like, I'm pretty sure they can help, make the referral. Default to the referral. Unless it's explicitly no. I absolutely know they can't do that. But this would be a good referral. A patient has a DUI arrest and is unable to get to his doctor's appointment with a suspended license.
So the question is not about the DUI, but more about the need to get to a doctor's appointment because they have a suspended license.
How are the answers? This is a tricky one.
I'm not seeing many. I'm seeing some thumbs down.
Don't be afraid. You're seeing what? Thumbs down?
There's a few thumbs up.
Okay, so this is a tricky one, just as a learning tool here. So yes, this may be a good referral, and we would figure that out for you if it wasn't clear. Absolutely. So, but just to break it down a little further, like it could be an old DUI arrest, and they could have a suspended license because they failed to pay criminal fines and fees associated with the old arrest. If so, it is about helping them get that license back, and that's something that we can help them with. If they were arrested yesterday and think they can't drive or whatever, no, we can't help with that. Like once the defendant has pled, or, you know, there's a resolution in the criminal aspect of the case, he's served his time, he's pled guilty, not guilty, whatever, as long as that's resolved, then we may be able to help if they have a warrant out for their arrest because they did not pay the courts, because that's not a criminal problem. That is a low income problem. That is something deeper. And so ultimately, this would be a good referral because we would need to look into it, and that's not up to you. We can do that. This patient, client, and her kids have been to the ER for asthma issues 3 times this month.
So everybody, is this a legal issue? All right, I'm seeing some thumbs down now.
Okay, well, actually, if they're going to the ER for asthma issues 3 times this month, there might be a legal issue there. There might be something in the home causing them to be sick. This might be a housing issue. This might be landlord neglect of maintenance and repairs. This could be a housing issue. So this is a good referral. You could ask a
That
few more. This is a
surprises
good
me.
situation to ask a few more questions, but there could be a health harming legal need. A patient has an active warrant and is unable to qualify for housing assistance because of it.
Tiffany. Oh, this is Yolanda. I have a question about the one that you just mentioned about the asthma.
Yes.
So we, let's say, for example, the parent is saying just the main information about having, 3 times this month. I don't want to assume, that this is a referral. Because it can be caused for, mold or something in the home. But how I'm going to assume, that this is without having any more information. I don't know if you understand my question.
I mean, it's just, these are to train you, to introduce and get you to start working on spotting legal issues, I think. And this would be something where it could be a legal issue, a health harming legal issue. So maybe in this situation, if you're more comfortable, you could ask a few more questions. Like, did the doctor say what's triggering these asthma attacks? That's a lot of health issues in 1 month for a single family. You could ask a few more questions, absolutely, first, and then make the referral. But typically, I just want to stress that if you don't know, we're not expecting you to figure it out before you make the referral. We will figure it out once you make the referral. That's what we do. So this is your time with your client and family is limited. And in all of these medical legal partnerships, healthcare providers have limited time with their patients, and we recognize that. So we want it to be the least burdensome way to get them to refer, get you to refer to us. Like, let us follow up. Let us take care of that.
Tiffany, what about this child is a citizen, but the parent is not? We can refer the child because he's a citizen, correct?
Okay, well, part of our intake process is citizenship status. And we do, and we don't expect you to be able to determine whether or not someone is going to qualify. But if they're not a citizen, then it gets a little complicated as far as how and when we can help the child. We're going to talk about how you can learn more and consult with us prior to making the referral in just a minute once we get through a few more examples.
Okay. So, but that's what I was saying. The child is a citizen, but the parent is not. So it's still has to do with the parent.
It's still what you cut out.
Okay.
Okay. Just if I haven't more specifically addressed that at the end, we'll circle back to that. Okay. So let's go back to patient has an active warrant, and did we get any responses there?
No, but I think active warrant is making me think it's a no because that's unresolved.
Okay.
But that's a tough because housing is something that is one of the H in iHelp.
Right. So this is my favorite one. Oh,
I would think that the housing assistance, I would probably tell him how to resolve the arrest warrant, which is to go turn himself in. He might not like my advice, but that would be the best way, probably to get this taken care of. Sorry.
Okay. That's okay. I'm running out of time and I have several more to get through. And this is my favorite example. and it prompts a quick, good story that I feel like whenever I tell it, is very beneficial and enlightening. So bear with me for just a moment. Yes, this is a good MLP referral because an active warrant could be for failure to pay criminal fines and fees. And the key here is that it says he's unable to qualify for housing assistance because of it. I mean, because you cannot qualify for housing assistance with an active warrant of any kind. But typically, when someone is trying to qualify for housing assistance and has an active warrant, low income is involved in that situation. And just a quick little anecdote from my own practice is I had a veteran referred to me through our VA MLP, and at the time, he was referred to me. He was living with his dog in under an overpass in northwest Oklahoma City. And in fact, he had to cancel his first appointment with me because he got sick from eating something out of a Brahms trash can. He could not qualify for housing assistance. And typically we prioritize housing stability. And we need to secure and stabilize housing for people and then address different legal issues. And he had an active warrant in multiple counties, failure to pay criminal fines and fees over years. In one particular county, he owed $3,000. Miraculously, usually at this time, the process was different. The law just changed in November, so I'm not going to get into that. But miraculously, the judge waived all of those fees for him, thanked him for his service, waived the fees in full, and wished him luck in securing stable housing. That hardly ever happened. It didn't happen in the other two counties. He had to make payment arrangements and go through all of that. We helped him with that. He also started working once he secured housing for him and his dog, started working somewhere where he could walk. He did not have a driver's license because he had not been paying his child support. Once he started working, he started paying child support. We were able to help him get his driver's license reinstated. He was also a member of a Native American tribe, but not on the rolls, and they had a COVID pandemic stipend available to members. We were able to help him fill out that paperwork, get on the rolls, qualify for the stipend. In the meantime, on the healthcare side, he's attending all of his appointments. He's staying clean and sober. He's getting out of his toxic relationships. He's just overall improving his life. He then gets his driver's license, which that even worked out more miraculously than usual. It was, but this is an example of how we can triage. Once they get to us, we determine, how many legal issues they have, how we're going to tackle those legal issues and help them. We prioritize them. This is not all on you. It's just a brilliant example of how once you refer something, the difference that we can make in this situation. He still contacts me and checks in with me. He got his CDL, reconnected with his birth family, his adoptive family, moved in with his brother in Arizona. Now he's bought a house. He's getting married. It's just a wonderful story. And I love to share that. And it all started because this kind of referral. So we're going to go on and quickly cover a few more important ones. This is a good one. Your client is caring for a niece and nephew, but having trouble enrolling them for school and bringing them to a doctor. If just a few of you could quickly guess. And we'll just keep going. Anybody? Any takers?
Getting a lot of yeses.
Yes, absolutely. This could be a minor guardianship situation or at least some sort of limited power of attorney to help her care for these extra children in her home. Food stamps, public benefits have been reduced or cut off completely. Some of these I'm just going to keep going. There's a few important ones on the next slide. But yes, that's a good referral if something's been reduced or cut off completely, whether it's utilities or benefits. A patient's child is struggling with school and the school will not help. that could be a legal issue. We help with education issues for students who are not getting the assistance that they are legally entitled to in public schools. A primary caregiver or someone in the home is going through deportation proceedings. Again, we cannot help with that. There are only extremely limited circumstances where we can help with immigration issues, and it's mostly directly related to domestic violence. Speaking of, a patient, when you go to their home, has visible bruises, possible DV. There's a lot going on with this example. I use it to primarily demonstrate that we can work together creatively to try to assist someone who needs to separate from an abusive relationship. We're all trained in DV and have resources for that. So that's ultimately, there's a lot going on there, but those are good referrals. If there's more information, they're better referrals. This one's important. The spouse of your client wants a power of attorney over her. I'm just going to pause for effect and then tell you that this is not a good referral, because a power of attorney is someone's power to give another person. Someone cannot say, I want to be someone's agent. That person has to say, I want to make you my agent. So that's not a good referral. If your client says, I want a power of attorney, I want to appoint so-and-so my agent, that's a good referral. This one's debt collection, a good referral. We do provide legal information on public housing. I mean, that would be a bare minimum situation, would be a good referral. There might be something more that we could do, and we can figure that out.
What was the answer on the first one on that slide?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a good referral.
Okay.
Yes.
Helping them get benefits to support their income. Okay.
We get we help with debt collection issues, especially if their sole income is federal benefits. It's whole, and garnishment things, that's yes. The second one's yes. An employee cannot afford an attorney and needs a divorce. That's a resounding no, because we're not your attorneys. We're here for your clients and their families. We can't help an employee. The patient is doing well in whatever type of treatments, but her significant other is trying to take away the kids. Absolutely a good referral. Clients had their power shut off for a month. Yes. Please find the father of my patient's children. Again, if there's a legal action such as a divorce or a paternity and we need to find him because we need to serve him, then we will do that if it's part of that, but we're just not going to find somebody's person. A patient needs their criminal charges reduced so they can make bond. We do not do that. Someone has opened accounts in my patient's name while they have been in treatment or for any reason. Yes, that's identity theft. We can help with that. A patient has received a notice to quit from their landlord. Absolutely. That's the first step before a formal eviction process. So that's a good referral. You have questions about your employer's procedures. That is not a good referral. A patient is in the middle of a divorce and unhappy with their counsel. It is not a good referral if they state that they are working with another attorney. If someone has what we call a private attorney, because they're not in the nonprofit legal aid world practicing, if they have an attorney they're already working with, we cannot talk to them. We are legally and ethically prevented from talking to them. It's not like the medical world where you can get second and third opinions on whatever's going on. They have an attorney. Their attorney has to have withdrawn officially with an order signed by the judge. Again, you don't have to ask all those questions. If they just say they want a divorce, refer them, we'll figure it out. But if they happen to say, I'm working with an attorney, you know, like we're not going to be able to help them. A patient was injured in a car accident and the other party's insurance is not working with them. That could be a good referral. You could refer them to us. It depends. We can look into what's going on and see if it's something we could help with in a brief services situation, if it's litigation. But that again is for us. If they mention this, you can refer them. So, okay. This is the last slide, I think, but this is very important. It's an MLP consult, and that's any time that a healthcare partner, provider, or staff member is asking us a question, and we can provide you legal information versus legal advice. But that it's not a consult is not limited to that. I referenced a consult earlier, and ignore legal information and legal advice right now. A consult is when someone on your side, you have a question, like some of the ones that were asked during this presentation. We're available to field those questions for you. I know that Pilar is acting as our consultant, and she's very good at staying on top of that. And but our attorneys who are working this grant are also available for questions. If it's a legal question, Pilar is going to bring it to us, and we're going to staff the issue and come up with the best answer for the situation. If you don't know whether it's a good referral, you can reach out to us before you place the referral. There's nothing wrong with that. We don't want to miss anything. We want you to default to making the referral. There's conflicts of interest is a legal term of art that some of you may have heard. There's some worry there, but I want to assure you that that's for our legal staff to work those out. The thing that you need to know about a legal conflict of interest is that it's a possibility, but we don't expect you to work that out when there are multiple issues or multiple people in the household. We're going to figure this out some as we're moving forward, but the best way to do that is to default to the referral. Let them know, I'm going to refer you to legal aid, but just because I'm making the referral does not guarantee you legal services. Because once you make that referral, there's a lot that we have to do. We have to do the citizenship check. We have to do the conflict of interest check. We have to examine and triage the legal issues and see if we can take the case. I mean, there's a lot that we're doing once you make the referral, but that's what we do once it gets to us. And we have all of the training and background on the releases of information that allows us to communicate with you, and the importance of that, for your client and their families. So this just, and back to this slide, legal information is just the dissemination of general legal information. When we provide legal advice, that needs to be someone who has gone through the referral process, become our client, and we're giving them legal advice tailored to the facts of their situation with our best professional judgment and opinion, tailored to the facts of that situation. So that is also up to us to determine what we're doing and how to get that information to you. But a consult is important in this partnership. Pilar's readily available, but we're also available, and we welcome any contact from any of you. I don't know that we have time for any more questions and feedbacks, but like I said, Miles is exiting out and Connie is coming on board. These are our email addresses, and that is my last slide.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. And we will be circulating these slides after the meeting. We'll probably wait until after Monday's learning session as well. So you can get your final slide deck to us if you haven't already sent that to us, Tiffany. One of the things that Pilar gave us was the bottom of your citizenship attestation, listing possible exemptions to help with someone who is not a U.S. citizen by birth. It wouldn't have to necessarily be by birth. They could be a naturalized citizen as long as they're a citizen. But that's one of the things that we encountered when we first started working with Lasso. And thanks to our conversations, specifically with Stacy and Lena from PCCT in Tulsa, we learned, and LCDA is way ahead of the curve on understanding this, that it's important to assess that citizenship piece before talking about the possibility that someone could get help, a possibility of help with a legal issue. Because what PCCT encountered was talking about it with their clients and saying, well, I don't know if you'll be able to get helped, but I'm going to make the referral even though you're not a citizen. And then the client could not get helped by Lasso. So that led to sort of damage with the relationship with the home visitor. And so that's something that they've had to learn how to navigate carefully. The citizenship attestation form that I'm talking about.
Oh, me? Yes. And I'm familiar with Pilar's past presentation on the citizenship.
This was just something she dropped in the chat today with the bottom
okay.
of that
Well, yeah,
form.
and she's previously presented on that. And yes, if that's in the work that you're doing so far, I mean, we want to we definitely at the forefront here is our relationship and the trust, and we don't want to damage anything for anybody. So whatever is working for you, and if that's what's working for you on that end, then and you have the information, I just don't want anyone to feel that they need to be doing what we're going to do on the legal side of it if they're non-legal staff.
Right. And I think that we have made all of the suggestions to those who are going to be sending referrals to Lasso to ensure that they say this does not guarantee services. This is just a referral, and there could be conflicts of interest that arise or that could be present, and you may have to choose which of your situations you want to go forward with. I'd like to call on Patty or anybody else from LCDA if there's anything you would like to add to this discussion.
I just still am not that clear yet. I know that the people in Tulsa mentioned that there was a situation and they were able to help them because they have a child that he was a citizen. So I want to know which one of those instances is when you can do that, because 97% of the children we serve are citizens, but not necessarily the parents. So when is that if they have a child that is a citizen, we'll allow them? Because with this attestation, I mean, to me, it's a lot of work to give someone to figure out, do they have a legal status? It's so confusing that really the legal status is very complicated. So it is not really easy to navigate that. So I don't want them to feel that they have to be like, I don't know, determining, the legal status. Can they do this or not based on this attestation? So if it's a simple way of saying, if they have a citizen in their home when they're about to be kicked out of their home. So can they give me some examples like that? That will be a little bit easier for us.
Can I share my screen real quick again? I pulled it up.
Sure, go right ahead.
Wait, are you seeing a slide, or are you seeing nothing?
Yeah, we're seeing slides.
Are you seeing that we cannot represent U.S. citizen children and these types of cases?
Yes.
Okay. And then and this is from Pilar's, hang on, let me go. I think I'm, okay, here. We can represent US citizen children in these types of cases. It's where the easy way to remember this is the child has to directly benefit from the services in the sense that, you know, they're the recipient of the benefit. This case is about them, you know, it's it would take me a few more minutes, and I know that this is highly structured to find, but I can provide that, and I'll definitely have it ready for Monday. I'm sorry that I wasn't available all day for today. I'm more available to participate on Monday, but I do have it in a descriptive form and a couple of brief paragraphs that's really easy for me to digest, and I can provide that to you because
That would be great. Yeah,
gives
if you
a
could just
helpful way of remembering it.
Yeah, if you could just send that to Tabitha and me, and we'll just make
Yeah.
sure that gets
That will
distributed.
help, because in the past, I think someone mentioned if it was an eviction, which to me, the child is gonna be affected. They say
Right,
yes,
right.
or they say no, so I'm confused. So if
Yes,
that
and
can get
that's
a very
why.
clear
And
That's why.
explanation, maybe we can do that then. That would
Yeah,
be
that's why I backed up, and I thought I have a little narrative that better explains the list. So, and that it's easier for my brain to remember. So it may be helpful to, you know, for the narrative to solidify that for you. So I'll share that with you all. Is on just real quick on Monday, is it a completely different list of people attending?
Yes, it's
Okay.
we had 5 programs here today. We'll have 4 other programs here on Monday.
But if
Following the
I
same
get that
agenda.
to you, then you can get it to all of these people.
Yeah, we can get it to everybody.
Okay, I'll get that. I'll find that. I'll dig that out and provide that. I think
All
that would
right.
be helpful.
Thank you.
Patty,
Thank you so much.
if I
Uh-huh.
may, on Patty's question, the difference on that, Patty, was that on that other case, the child in the home was 18 years old, the US citizen. So that was no longer a child, she was an adult. So I was able to place the case not under mom's name, but under the 18-year-old's US citizen child. And there was no contract for the eviction. They were living there and the landlord did not have a contract under mom's name. That's why the adult child was able to receive the assistance for the landlord, how they were being mistreated on the eviction.
okay. Got
Okay.
it. That's really helpful. Thank you, Pilar.
Yeah, and
Thank
that's another excellent point, is that these situations are so specialized. They're so and they don't always have the same fact pattern. Like and I don't, and when I say default to the referral, like I don't want that burden on you all to figure out, but I don't want to damage any relationships. It's just that, you know, that specific situation had those facts. There might be a way we could help somebody else, but like we figure that out, you know? So I just don't want to put the burden on you all to figure that out beforehand, but I also want you to not damage any relationships with your people.
Yeah, and that's something that
tricky.
Patty is very concerned about, and
Yeah.
this helps me to help her, and so I'll
Okay.
make sure that information gets distributed to everybody, because even if they were working with Lasso referrals up until through December, they're going to continue. They're just switching their main focus to another referral partner. So Tiffany, thank you so much for your time, and you have a good afternoon. And
very welcome.
we'll see you on Monday.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Bye.
Yep. Okay. So now let me share my screen. And start my presentation. All right. Do you see full screen now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to talk, I'm going to review something that we went over at a monthly meeting previously about substance use screening. Since not everybody in this meeting, you know, we've got a lot of home visiting staff who don't attend the monthly meetings. So let's just revisit this. Here's some facts about Oklahoma. We're second in the country for substance use disorders. Every 25 minutes, a baby is born with symptoms of withdrawal. And that's in Oklahoma. 8 to 10% of these young adults use illicit drugs. That's prime childbearing years. Oklahoma's in the top 10 for methamphetamine use for all age groups. In the young adult range, we're in the top 10 for heroin use and pain reliever misuse. And since medical marijuana became legal, marijuana use during pregnancy has increased significantly. So why don't people get help? And there's just a ton of reasons, and I'm sure a lot of these will be obvious to you. Number one, fear of losing custody of kids. Lack of knowledge of the risks. They may think that the substance they're using isn't really that harmful. They may feel bad about telling people that they might, that they've been using. The fear of being judged. There may be other people in the home who are using those substances, and it just makes it hard to quit. Using the substances could be one of their main coping strategies, and they don't know how else to deal with their stress and anxiety, for instance. They may think they've got it under control. They may lack social support. The people they're hanging out with also use. And they also may just have more immediate problems, like they're worried about keeping a roof over their heads. Now, this is a recent study. This is new that you haven't seen before. I recently read this study about the benefits of sharing a secret. And what they learned in these studies could help you present information to your clients. These researchers at the University of Texas showed through a series of experiments that people's fears of being judged harshly are often overblown, that they worry so much about what they're saying, the content of the information or secret that they're sharing about themselves, and being judged about that negative information, so to speak, negative, that they don't consider that anybody might have a positive feeling about hearing that secret. But this researcher said that those who heard information like that, they heard a secret being revealed, actually were focusing on positive traits of the secret teller, the things like trust and honesty and being vulnerable and sharing something very personal. And so then they went on, knowing that the listener thought of these positive traits. They did another experiment where half of the subjects were told, you're probably not going to be judged harshly, because we had this study showing that people thought positively of those who shared private information. And when they did that, 92% of their subjects went ahead and disclosed a secret to their listener. So I think this shows how you can build upon the trusting relationships that you already have with your clients to talk about substance use screening and to bring it up. And there's lots of benefits, of course. Of course, we all know that that drugs are a risk to unborn children, drugs and alcohol. Early detection and treatment is always beneficial. As we know, you're on the forefront of bringing early detection and treatment for lots of things to these families. It will protect children from the effects of substance use. And just having a negative screen promotes good health, and it's a preventative measure. So where the non-use of drugs is seen as something positive that someone's doing for their children and themselves. So when a lot of you are going to be developing your PDSA today for starting in about mid-May, focusing on PCAP. In fact, it's going to be all of the programs except CAP Tulsa, and they're going to be at the Monday meeting, but their current PDSA that just started focuses on CAP Tulsa, but everybody else will be adding CAP Tulsa as a referral partner starting about mid-May. And we wanted you to have a good tool. And Tabitha did a lot of work on this. She reviewed many different tools for screening people for possible substance use. And she identified the UNCOPE. And the UNCOPE also has been used by a MIECHV program in Nebraska. And that's how we narrowed in on the UNCOPE. So because they've used it with home visiting. It's brief. There's yes, no questions, mostly yes, no questions. There's one that's not a yes, no. Previously used by home visitors. It is reliable. It provides consistent results over time. It accurately identifies people who do need help. And it's available in English and Spanish. And it's short enough that if you have speakers of some of these other languages that you serve, then you could probably get it translated for your use. So here's the UNCOPE. 6 items. And you're asked yes, no answers on all of these. Spend more time drinking or using than you intended to. Neglected some of your usual responsibilities because of alcohol or drugs. Felt you wanted or needed to cut down on your drinking or drug use. Family or friend or anyone else told you they objected to your alcohol or drug use. Found yourself thinking a lot about drinking or using. And used alcohol or drugs to relieve emotional discomfort, such as sadness, anger, or boredom. Now, based on their answers to these, if they answer yes to anything except number 5, there'll be a follow-up question. So for almost all of the questions, if they answer yes, ask them what they're using, and check all that apply. And Nebraska, what they did is if on these questions, if they answered yes on 2 or more of these, then they referred. But if you could be, if they answered yes to any of them and they mark something here on their list, you could still refer them to PCAP. It doesn't have to be 2 answers of yes here. That's just what some other people have used as a standard. You can make that decision. So that's the UNCOPE. I'd like to stop sharing for just a moment and turn it over to David to talk about one of the things we've been working on is a script to help you to introduce this to your clients. David?
I'm here. Thank you, Lisa. That was great.
Okay.
So Tabitha has also worked on this script, took the lead on this script, I should say, although certainly Lisa and I both have been in the loop, and we've had a couple of rounds of edits now. I don't want to give you the impression that we feel like this is perfect and ready to be used as is. In fact, one of the reasons we wanted to put it in front of you today is we think it would be useful content to review as a program in the upcoming breakout session. Comment on the sections that you think may be worthy of improvements. And better yet, if you have suggestions on how we improve this conversation, we would love to hear it or see examples of that so that we can disseminate it to the larger group. I will share my screen next so that we can walk through this briefly. And has been well pointed out now that identifying the need is sort of half the battle, right? So now we have to convince whoever has this need that service referrals are a good thing and that engaging in service is a good thing. So that's what's attempted to be accomplished here with this scripted conversation. Obviously, if you read this word for word and have it in front of you, it probably loses any possible effectiveness. So you would want to memorize or relay back this information to your client off the cuff, which may benefit from some mock trial runs. You could even do this in your breakout session or perhaps in upcoming staffing sessions as you prepare for your PDSA where referrals are being sent to PCAP. It begins with a discussion about the measure itself, the UNCOPE measure, and why you're asking the participant to go through a screening measure. So I'm not going to read this word for word, but hopefully you can see it on the screen. Let me make it a little bit larger.
Yeah, and if you email this to me, David, I can distribute it to everybody.
I think it's in your inbox from this morning. Tabitha sent it. Lisa, I also forwarded that to Lisa Tunley so that she could send it to the group.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All the analysts who are on the call today and will be in your breakout sessions have this form, and they can pull it up and present it if helpful in your breakout. So it starts with the naming of the measure UNCOPE, the idea that there are only 6 questions here. You can see some repeat of what Lisa just presented about what's on the form. You would then administer the measure if they're willing to complete it. If there's a negative screen, here's a generic one-liner for wrapping up the conversation. But again, you may want to edit this to your liking or feel that one sentence isn't sufficient. That's the type of feedback we'd love to hear from you all. If it's a positive screen, it goes on to say, thank you for completing this questionnaire with me today. I appreciate your honesty. Based on your responses, I'm wondering if you could have a conversation, if we could have a conversation regarding your current or past substance use. So as I read it now, I'm reminded of our conversations internally about this particular sentence. Again, I don't think any of us feel like we've perfected this just yet, and you may have the magic words here, and we would love input if you do. But I know it's a difficult conversation to have, but as Lisa just very aptly ran through, this is an important conversation to have. If they are willing to continue discussing the issue, you might review some of the research findings that were in Lisa's slides or some of the research findings that we've highlighted here for you in bullet form. So a little bit of education. You can see some motivational interviewing try to slip its way into this script a bit. If they were to answer no to your question about, can we talk about this further? Here's our attempt at a one-liner wrap up. Again, open for commentary. You may discover during the referral process, they're not eligible for PCAP. There are other services that you might want to recommend for these families. We have a flyer that PCAP provided to us. Katie, our PCAP liaison, who may be on now, provided this to us, and we will circulate that as well. That's in the same email that Lisa Tunley now has that is being sent out to you all. Analysts have it and can show it to you this afternoon. Here in a minute, I might be able to pull it up so you can see what it looks like. But there are other resources in the community. It's an important handout to have at the ready for referrals going to PCAP today and even 4 months from now, because as you may recall, PCAP in Oklahoma County and in Tulsa County is in the midst of a randomized trial. And so not all families or individuals referred to PCAP will receive PCAP right away. So in those instances that you make a referral to PCAP and the randomization procedure assigns that individual to community services, this handout will be your go-to, we think, of trying to get them connected to some service if PCAP is not an option.
David,
Yes.
I have a couple of questions. So with these, screening, or if because we ask questions about substance abuse and our intake. So we're going to give this to everybody, or is it going to be just with the, in this case, the caregivers they identify at the beginning with, any substance abuse? And I mean, I guess we can talk about this more, but also, do you have any information if anybody else have been using this, and how are they responding of the families? I mean, when I say responding, how well they respond. There is, a lot of, I would say, defensive when you ask this type of question. So, I mean, if you have any information about these.
I only have secondary information on the latter question, but it's an important question. It's one that we asked Nebraska when we scheduled the call to talk about the UNCOPE measure. Their response was very rarely do the respondents feel and respond defensively. The majority of the time where this measure is brought up, as they indicated, as you might suspect, family's not going to be eligible for these services. So they don't mind answering some of these questions because it's not a problem. So the ones where it is a problem, I'm not sure what the relative frequency is, but in the responses we got back from Nebraska, it did not seem to be a major barrier. Katie, if you're on, is Katie on? I don't know, Lisa, I can't see everyone.
But Dr. Bar, I think that Yolanda brought a good question. We have already some of those questions and the intakes that and some of the forms that they complete in the first and maybe the second home visit, because this questionnaire, when I was reading it, you're assuming that the person has a problem, when you if you're going to be asking them if they spend more time drinking or using than they intended to. But if we already know that they have never done drugs, so they don't drink, I don't think you need to jump to this screen, because this one is assuming like, okay, so, do you feel that you want it or need it more to cut down when they have told you, no, I don't drink. So that could be a pre-screen. And if you think that there's, some, or that maybe there was some drinking, then you can jump into something like this. Because I think that, I think it's wonderful to be able to screen families that have issues, or that they have expressed it even in the first few questions. The only thing that I can see is that, this can take you a full visit, a conversation, if someone has a problem and they want to talk a little bit more. And unfortunately for PAT, that will not even consider a home visit, because you didn't do your activity, you didn't do, everything that it entails to be in a home. So I was just kind of, just thinking, how will that will work. It will be great if our funding sources will be okay with that, because it's a home visit, you're helping the family. So because then you get hesitation from parent educators or family support workers, just because if you're not going to be able to consider this as a home visit and you're going and treating something so important for the family.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Patty. And I think one thing is, we're not mandating this script. We're not expecting to take over an entire visit with something like this. And if you wanted, you could leave the UNCOPE with them and say, let's talk about this next time, and see what their response is, and that would cut away the time that you're spending, so you can get to your PAT requirements.
There's a lot to unpack there. I want to come back to that topic in a bit, because maybe some of the state consultants have something to say on that issue as to whether or not this would qualify as a billable visit. The pre-screen, as you called it, which I like that term, I agree. If you're already aware that there may be problems with this family and you want to refer them to services without using the uncope, you know, these are suggestions that we're providing today. This is the measure that Nebraska is currently using. They had an initiative focused on systematic screening for substance use. It just so happens that uncope, I think, is top of the list. Katie, you correct me if I'm wrong, for the measures that our PCAP folks recommend as well.
Katie's not here.
Katie's not, okay. I can tell you, based on research and some secondhand knowledge, that we are finding when we revisit these screening measures after provider and client relationships have strengthened, you tend to get different responses. We see this in our own research data. We always assess for substance use and alcohol use. And it's not uncommon for us to see no problems the first time we interview a family. And then 6 months later, less than 6 months later, we interview them again, same exact questions, and all of a sudden there's a problem. But now we've established a relationship with that family. They seem to be more trusting with the information they share with us. So food for thought. I'm not telling you anything you don't already know, but perhaps worth bearing in mind as you think about designing this PDSA for PCAP referrals.
Thank you. I think we need to go ahead and take a break now. If I can take the screen. It's, I have that it's 2 minutes after 2. Let's return at 2:15 and we will have an introduction to our breakouts and then have the breakout rooms. So I'll see you all in about 12 minutes. The plan for this these breakout rooms is to write a PDSA for the third action phase, which is roughly mid-May to mid-September. And we also, during the rounding calls, went over the little presentation you'll give after the breakout rooms that will describe your second PDSA starting this month, as well as the SMART aim that we're going to develop in these breakout rooms. And so then we'll do the presentations afterwards. Now, we should have 5 breakout rooms. Lisa, are you able to set those up? There'll be Tulsa C1,
No,
LCDA.
they're already set up.
They're already set up?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So if you could open those up and have them close at 3.
Okay, so that would be 45 minutes or just under?
Yeah, just
45
under
minutes?
45 minutes.
Okay.
And then everybody can sign up for their room, and we'll get started.
So it's the one that is gonna be for the PCAP or for the one for LASSO?
This is for your PCAP, but we're going to talk about your current one too, just a little bit, because remember, we worked on that during your rounding call. And so that you'll present that, but the focus of the breakout room is PCAP. I hope that's clear.
We anticipate, I'm sorry, I'm not on camera, am I? We anticipate the majority of the time being spent on this phase 3 project. For many of you, that's going to be building a PDSA around PCAP referrals. But there are those 2 slides that were reviewed in all the rounding calls this month and maybe even the tail end of last month. We do want to report that information back to the group later this afternoon. So you may want to review that with your team before those presentations.
Okay. All right. So if you scroll down the list, if you're like me and you're trying to remember how to do this, you scroll down the list that appeared on your screen, you'll get down to the different rooms and you can select your room.
If you need help being put in a room, let me know. And I can put you in there.
Yeah, where do I scroll to? I'm kind of lost here.
Connie, I can put you in your room.
Thank you.
I need help too, please.
Me too, please.
Yeah, Lisa, mine doesn't appear either, so I need to be put.
Me too, please.
I need help if you don't mind.
Okay. I didn't get to see those names because I was on a different screen.
I need help.
Okay.
Thank you.
Me as well, please.
I need help too, please.
Same. Laura Ham.
Kathy Sullivan.
Anybody see those?
Kristen Hollis.
Haley Chipol.
Ashley Crane. Christy Elias.
Gabriela Herrera.
Connie, which room do you go to? I don't see your agency with your name. Which room would you go to? Which agency are you with? Okay, so Laura Ham, which agency are you with?
Tulsa.
Okay. With C1?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and there were a lot of people calling names. I'm just going to start putting people that have their agencies next to them. I'm just going to put them in the room, but a lot of these I don't see the agencies, so you may have to say it again.
Okay. Kristen Hollis, Parent Child Center of Tulsa.
Okay, Hollis. Okay, thank you. And the next person?
Gabriela Herrera with Safecare LCDA.
Okay, thank you. And who else?
MIECHV C1 Tulsa.
Okay, awesome.
Ashley Crane, C1 Tulsa.
Okay. I have a few more people. Let me see. I'll put her in where she goes. These are all UHC people. So, all right, that should be it.
Connie and I are with LASSO.
Okay. Do you all want a room? I didn't make a room for you.
Right.
I need to be put in a room. Kristen Hollis with the Parent Child Center of Tulsa.
Oh, you're still in here? Hold on. I put you in Tulsa. Let me see. You have to like accept the join. Like I can move you there, but
It said C1.
Okay. And so where are you supposed to be?
The Parent Child Center of Tulsa.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay.
I just heard Tulsa and I was moving too fast.
Anna as well with Parent Child Tulsa, please.
I don't even see your name on the list. Let me see where you're supposed to go.
Can I be put back in? I flashed and I was in there and then it went away.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what's going on.
I don't either. Hold on. Let me check one more time.
Okay.
Where
I
were
saw
you?
my group and then I left.
Yeah, because it doesn't show up on my end. What group were you in again?
Parent Child Center of Tulsa.
Okay. Let me go back down there. Okay. I'm gonna move you twice, and then I'll put you should be able to go back in there.
Okay. I'm not C1.
Okay, did it?
There we go.
I just did it again.
Okay.
Yeah, the list it constantly is shifting, so I can't see. Sometimes your name disappears. Okay, looks like everybody's where they're supposed to be.
They said Carla is still out. She
Hmm.
in OKCPS.
So she has to accept where I put her. Like, I can move her to the room, but she has to accept it. So she might not be at her computer. That's probably what's going on.
And Elizabeth, let's put her in the Tulsa C1 group.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Did you want to put John somewhere? I don't know if he needs to go anywhere. They usually don't.
Oh, I'm good.
No.
Okay. Thanks,
Go
John.
yeah, you're the same. Dealer's choice there.
Hello, everyone. Did that go by fast? Yeah, I thought we were riding horses. Dun, 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 dun. But all right. Let's see. Tulsa C1, why don't we start with you, if you wouldn't mind.
Hey, Lisa,
opening up your-
our group have a lot of questions. I don't think they have finished update this PPT. Could you give them like a couple of minutes so that I'll
Oh, sure. Yeah, go ahead. Why don't we go on to LCDA, and Cynthia, let me share the screen and I'll click through the slides. All right, there you go.
Okay, so this is gonna be what we're gonna be starting this month. I was gonna say next year, but this month, I'm still on to 2023. Our SMART aim is 100% of the clients will be informed about the services available through legal aid. We decided that 5% of those clients will be referred to LASSO. We went with 5% just because we don't know how it's gonna go. Again, we still have a lot of questions on how we're gonna inform or screen those clients that will not qualify due to their status.
Sorry for jumping in. I think, yeah, we're gonna have to add 100% of the clients that qualify. I don't think, we want to just say 100% of the clients, but that qualify will be important, because that we'll do like a pre-screen. I was not in that meeting, so, but I would like to have that there.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we talked about, that we we had questions for the other groups, because we do want to create like a pre-screening to see which of those clients will qualify, and then we will inform them about LASSO and the resources they have.
Based on citizenship or special issues, because they don't have to be a citizen if it's a domestic violence situation, for instance.
Correct.
Okay.
And that form that Pilar kind of sent probably would be our guide for us. But again, we would definitely be emailing Pilar when we have questions
Yeah.
to qualify.
Yeah, we're lucky to have Pilar because she's so responsive.
And so our measures, our outcome will be percentage of clients informed about LASSO services that will be referred to LASSO using Unite Us. The process measure will be percentage of active clients during the review period who received the LASSO brochure. Our disruptor, we decided that the number of clients who refused a referral to LASSO, but also the number of clients with the legal concern who do not qualify for LASSO service. So we do want to measure those clients that would want the services, but will not qualify, because we believe maybe that's going to be a big percentage of our clients. And then the number of clients who were referred but could not be reached by LASSO for an intake interview. So the details, so how to identify a family need. So this is where we talked about if undocumented, if you say situations of how they will qualify to be able to help them. So the limits of the screening questions. how to how to have a conversation with the client about the referral. So staff who identifies likely candidates for LASSO services will explain to Unitas and release of information will be created. How to coordinate transfer or referral info to the Unitas. So staff will tell supervisors about referrals in ETO and the supervisors will put the info in Unitas. So that's what we've been doing now. The staff identify the referral and Monica and I as supervisors, we send the referral through Unitas. And then we will monitor and respond through Unitas. So supervisors will be checking weekly to see if we have any updates. So this is what we just worked on right now. Patty, I don't know if you want to take over or do you just want me to finish it?
You're doing wonderful. Go ahead.
Okay. So this is our third and final round. And so we'll be doing PCAP for this session. So for all women capable of getting pregnant, again, who screen positive for drug and alcohol usage, we will be referring them to PCAP using the Unitas. So details, so how to identify families in need. So we'll be looking at existing records, and the forms that we'll be looking at is our primary caregiver form, our birth record, and our prenatal forms, because we know those forms already have some questions. And so we'll be using those to screen them. And if we feel like they need UNCOPE, then that's when we'll screen them with the UNCOPE script. I think Pilar says something.
Oh, is there something in the chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, remember that even though they may not be eligible for LASSO, you guys have a wealth of information to share with them that may assist them with the knowledge they need in order to resolve their issue in English and Spanish for various common legal issues.
Thank you, Pilar. And have to have a conversation with the client about the referral. So if they do screen positive, we will give them a brochure to give them more information about PCAP. And again, then we'll talk about whether they want a referral or not. And even if they decline services, we decided to just continue to give the PCAP brochure just in case they change their mind.
All right, very good. Thank you. Any questions for Cynthia? Thank you, LCDA.
I have a quick one. Sorry, I didn't get to you in time.
That's all right.
You mentioned using the UNCOPE if necessary. Can you elaborate on that, Cynthia? When would it be necessary?
So that's what we were talking about, because we already have to measure the screening questions about substance usage through the birth record, the prenatal form, and the primary caregiver form. So if we do see a positive sign, then we would do the script, the UNCOPE script. But also if we have concerns, I don't know if we put that on the PowerPoint, but if we have concerns, then the provider can also use the script.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's something that they were talking about, because there may be no indication from the prior record that their clients ever have used any of the substances. But, you know, if the home visitor comes over and smells marijuana, then, you know, they may say, look, I think that this family needs to be screened. All right, parent promise, are you ready? Andrew, are you here with their PowerPoint? There we go.
Andrew, you're on mute.
I'm sorry, I'm on mute, but my assumption was kind of that Alicia would be giving the presentation. But I can operate the slides for her.
Yep.
Okay, I'm here. I'm sorry.
Hi, Alicia. Take it
hello
away.
once again. Okay, so our SMART aim, so through the Unitas, we're going to have 85 of the families with positive screenings for needing the legal services. They will be referred using the Unitas during the review period. And then let me move this. So our outcome will be the percentage of families needing legal services who are referred to LASSO via Unitas. And then the process will be the percentage of families with visits during the review period who are screened for eligibility for legal services. And then some of the disruptors were families just canceling visits or not completing the visits. We've kind of had some of that going on lately, mostly because of the holidays. So hopefully we can get back on track with families. And then of course, families refusing the referrals, which of course we run into every so often. Okay. And then with the details, so how to identify families, a family need. So we will be using the screening tool based on the LASSO brochure, and then Tulsa C1's screening tool, which was shared with us, which is a really great tool. And then how to have a conversation with the client about the referral. So this will pretty much take place during the home visits with the PEs. We'll introduce the screening and discuss areas where the client might have some legal needs. And then how to coordinate transfer to refer info to the Unitas. So PEs will enter the information into the Unitas after they have entered it into ETO. And then how to monitor and respond to updates in the Unitas. So the supervisor, so myself, and with the help of lead parent educator, which is Courtney, will talk to the PEs during supervision about checking on the status of the referrals with certain time period to make sure that the referrals are on track. Okay, and then our PCAP. So with this one, our SMART aim is going to be 25% of families with the identified issue of substance abuse will be referred to PCAP services through the Unitas. And so substance abuse and or need for substance abuse services will be identified through a new item on the ETO PDSA touchpoint, and also through the referrals that will be tracked through the Unitas referral data, possibly supplemented by the referral out tracking touchpoint on ETO. That's a lot. And then the details for that is, so how to identify the family needs. So there's already an existing question on the PCG form, kind of what Cynthia was talking about a minute ago. So it's one of the forms that we do at enrollment, and then we update it. So we're gonna kind of go off of those questions for now, and then how to have that conversation about referrals. So we're still kind of working on this. That's what we were mainly trying to discuss in the breakout groups is how to present this to families without them feeling that we're assuming that that there is substance abuse. So we're still working on it, basically. It's not uncommon for families to bring things up whenever there is something going on. Technically, it takes some time. So we're just gonna continue to have that conversation and see what we come up with for that.
But yeah. All right, that's terrific. Thank you so much. Thank you, Andrew, for driving those slides.
Sorry, can you share the Tulsa C1 screening tool just in case, just to see it and see
Sure.
if there's something that is also.
Yeah, let me pull it up just a second.
You can just send, if you can just send it later on, it's fine.
I think I sent it. Did I send it yesterday? Maybe not. I'll send it to you. I think I've sent it to a lot of you. Thank you, Tulsa C1, for creating that tool. I'll send that to you, Patty.
Thank you.
All right. How about Oklahoma City Public Schools, U10 and Yolanda?
Okay. Oh, I'm muted. No.
Nope.
So I'm gonna share, and yeah, we took some time to discuss. Okay, I'm going to. go up in here. So we'll, in the first slides of the presentation, talk about LASSO, which is the one that we are going to be doing now. And the Smart Aim, the implementation of the United System, 100% of clients have been identified with legal concern. We will refer to LASSO using United outcome percentage of clients identified with legal concerns who are referred to LASSO using United process percentage of clients with a home visit during the review period who were screening for legal concern, and disruptor percent of clients who refuse a referral to LASSO. And the details, how identify a family need, parent educator will show a LASSO brochure to the families and discuss the areas with LASSO can provide legal services. How to have a conversation with the client about referral, continue conversation about the brochure, explain Unitas and release of information form, and how to coordinate transfer of referral into Unitas, give Yolanda the referral information from ETO to enter in Unitas, and monitor the response updates. I will check Unitas, and that's something that Liz and I discussed yesterday. I mean, sometimes, you know, they're supposed to respond with an email, but sometimes I may have to, sorry, they were supposed to send an email, but maybe I need to be checking weekly just in case that I don't receive any updates. Sorry about that. And so
yeah, because
now,
you won't get any updates
yeah,
on the custom forms
yes.
by
So,
email.
And the second one, which is going to be May to September, we were talking about, of course, the pickup, and we got the Smart Aim. We'll still talking. We discussed things that may happen, and I need to go ahead and put a couple of things in the details. But Smart Aim is PCG identified substance abuse disorder. Concerned 80% will refer to pick up through the United application in a timely manner. And now how to identify a family need. Again, I still have to work on that, but we were talking about the intake that we do at the beginning of the enrollment, and that's what we're going to be using at first. And later on, if the family feel comfortable to share, you know, in conversation, the family bring any concerns about substance abuse, we can give it the assessment that we mentioned before. We were talking, the team and UTN during our breakout sessions that bring that that assessment very early in the intake or in the process of enrollment. I don't think it's going to be very effective. In matter of fact, I share some of the numbers that we have in the past, and I can say, you know, 1% of the families that we have been enrolling, maybe that's the one they say that they're using any, not even tobacco, which, I mean, we don't know exactly. That's, you know, the real numbers, but that's what we get in the process of the intake.
All right, very good. Thank you, Yolanda.
You're welcome.
If you were the one typing on that, would you send it to us so that we have the, yeah, just send it to me. All right. How about PCCT and MIECHV, or whoever was in your breakout room? Hi, Lena.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. Share. Okay. Hold on just seconds. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing? Anyway, I'm just going to do it like this.
This is,
'cause
it's
that's what I'm
working.
used
It's
to, I
working.
guess.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I can see it.
So we're going to do, do Sooner Start. I'm looking forward to that. That's the wrong button. Okay. Okay. I can't see anything. Okay. So our SMART aim is that 100% of qualified children under 32 months of age who are identified with concerns or delays based on the ASQ will be referred to Sooner Start using Unite Us during the review period. Our outcome measure will be the percentage of clients identified with concerns or delays who are referred to Sooner Start using Unite Us. And our process measure will be that the percentage of clients assessed with the ASQ during the review period. Some disruptors we came up with were like refusal of the referral, refusal of the screening, refusal of services. I'm sure there'll be more. And we're going to use the ASQ3 and the ASQ-SE for ways to identify family need. And then we'll have a conversation by using the ASQ assessment. We introduced the ASQ assessment and we share its purpose and how it's to monitor child's development. And then we make referrals if needed. So if they, as you all know, when we do the ASQ, if they are in the referral range or the black range, then we refer out to either Sooner Start or child guidance. So the PE will evaluating the ASQ results may see ways of providing assistance. How to coordinate transfer or a referral info into Unite Us. So the parent educator is going to enter the information for Sooner Start when a referral is made, and they can upload the ASQ. Oops, go back. How do I go back? I cannot see it. I'm escaping because I can't see it. The PEs follow up with families as well as checking in Unite Us. As we learned today that we need to go in and check in Unite Us. I don't know how often parent educators were doing that, but we'll make sure that it's part of our process. Okay. Do you want me to go on to the PCAP stuff?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay. So we discussed in our group that we're going to do our SMART aim as 85% of families who have a positive uncoped screen and who qualify will be referred to PCAP. And we'll utilize the PCG info form and other OSDH forms with substance use questions to see if clients need the uncoped screening. If there's ever like a smell of marijuana or other drugs, then provide the uncoped screener. Because I went off of what you just said earlier. I'm just trying to add that in there. And then they'll utilize the uncoped script. There'll probably be more to add in there, but this is just as far as we've gotten so far.
All right, that's great. Any comments or questions for Lena? Okay. Let's go back to Shalan and Tulsa C1.
Alrighty, I think we've got our slides. So
Hi, Dava.
hi. So this is our Sooner Start, which will be our next or the endeavor we're working on now. So we're going to refer 100% of children under 3 years identified with risk of developmental delay per the ASQ scoring guidelines or birth condition during the review period to Sooner Start via Unite Us. Measures, this is our numerator and denominator. The process will be the percentage of developmentally at-risk children identified during the review period who are referred to Sooner Start via Unite Us. These are our disruptors: refused screenings, refused referral, missed visits by the family or families who are already engaged and are enrolled in Sooner Start. Details, we will be using the ASQ to identify families in need, how to have the conversation. basically it's part of our screening process. So we just screen as usual. And then if there are indicators or concerns, we talk about the developmental referral in-home or external. We also at times refer to child guidance or refer to PCP. How to coordinate. Each nurse home visitor is responsible for referring the client in Unitas, and how to monitor and respond. The nurse home visitor will check in Unitas at least every 2 weeks and follow up with families at the next home visit. Our PCAP. So basically, I'm gonna unshare this and share something. Let's see. So we started working on that, and we too have screening tools that we use with our clients, such as the maternal health screening, health habit screening that screen for substance use, as well as STAR that we use as kind of our interventions, at-risk behaviors. So here we also talked about disruptors would be refusal of the screening or referral. We talked a little bit about getting with PCAP and having like a decision tree or referral tree to know if the referral is a good one. So they could follow along, basically a 1-page follow along. Do they qualify for services? So
yeah, I started sketching out an algorithm that you can go through. Yes,
yeah,
no, and I've got it written out, and I'll bounce that off of PCAP and make sure it's accurate.
Perfect. So that's kind of what we're going to start with.
All right, that's great. Thank you so much. Any comments or questions for Dava? Now, if you were the one working on it if you're a home visitor and you were working on the forms or the presentation, if you would send to me what you've got so far so we have the most up to date. Otherwise, if the analyst was doing the changes, just please make sure you save it in the same place where you found it. Okay. All right. Now, some questions came up during the breakout rooms. I wanted to give a few minutes to be able to ask some questions, and maybe we could talk about some of the issues that came up. Patty, we talked through pretty well a lot of what you were concerned about, but I wanted to come back to you and see if there's anything that you wanted to bring up now. There were some things right at the end of our meeting.
No, I think that we'll look into the brochures that were sent and all the information that we have from Pilar, and then we'll probably consult with her just who will be a good referral. And it got really clear to me that if it's a child that is 18 or old, older, that has papers, that's the way that they could do many things. So I think I got it.
Okay.
We're just gonna determine based on that, kind of like a pre-screen eligibility, and then we go from there.
Okay. All right. Other questions that came up, comments from you, what else?
I have a quick comment.
Okay.
I like the ambitions and the intentions. I saw a lot of smart aims with 100% mentioned. That always makes me a little nervous, because if we have one early miss, we can't reach our smart aim when it's over. So just food for thought, and you have time, particularly for the PSAs that start in May, to recraft those statements. But you may have clients who decline to have that referral made, and if you have one of those, it's going to be hard to reach 100%. Maybe that's just a language tweak in your smart aim of those that are willing. We're going to make the referral, and we're going to do it through Unitas. You may have some Sooner Start referrals, for those of you that are getting ready to focus on Sooner Start, where child is already involved in early intervention or has been previously, and therefore you're not going to make that referral. So just slight alterations to the language, less important for us in terms of the documentation, more important for you in terms of fully, everyone on the team understanding what the procedures are and processes are when a referral is going to be made. And what the exceptions are.
Thank you, David. What else? Did you have some issues come up? Some questions?
I have a question. So at the end of September, when we finish this ones, are you still gonna have that person? Because I know that that was crucial, and the connection or the rapidness of when we send a referral for Sooner Start, immediately we'll get, you know, something saying we got it, but I think it was through your own staff. So is that staff gonna continue there, or once this is over, that person will not be there? Because that could make a big change too, probably. I don't know.
You're referring to the liaisons, individuals like Elizabeth Fankhauser, who's on, and Katie with PCAP, Pilar with Lasso.
Correct.
Those positions are definitely cutouts of the current project. So when the project ends, the funding to keep that liaison active will not be there. But this is an identified issue, and we're looking for subsequent funding streams that could keep that relationship intact. We'll be sure to keep you posted on that in all the monthly meetings that we have between now and then.
Other questions? Thank you, Patty. All right. It's over to you, Dr. Bard, to wrap things up.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Thank you, everyone, for participating today. And I'm going to sound like a broken record because every time we have one of these, I just am taken aback at the quality of the work that you're doing. Today, I couldn't help but be taken back by the creativity and the ways in which you presented it to us this morning. So again, it looks like my template is going to be a relic of the past. And I think we're going to find new ways to provide you more freedom in how you present back the stories and the data from these PDSAs you're working on now and for future collaboratives. Excited to see the transition here as we move away from your first selected referral network partner to a new partner, particularly since for many of you, it's a partner that's been worked on by your peers in a county just down the road. So hopefully we learn from some of the early lessons in round one of these PDSAs, and it expedites the performance of these new ones that are either just begun or about to begin.
Hey, Dr. David Bard,
Yes.
This is Kathy. I had a question on, should we assume a disruptor in Tulsa and Oklahoma City might be that if they're not chosen in the clinical trial? I can't remember what you said about that this morning. Could you clarify that?
Yeah, and we're going to talk about that in the months ahead, or sorry,
okay.
in the weeks ahead too. So I don't want you to think that you have to remember all of this today. But yes, that trial is definitely going to continue through the duration of our project. So not everyone that we refer to PCAP will be accepted to PCAP. I was pleased to see, and I think all the smart ends you presented today, I don't know if you did this intentionally or not, but it looked like you were focused more on, did I make the referral, and not whether or not the family actually engaged with PCAP. I think that's wise given the current structure of how that program is offered. So you should be able to meet those heights, those goals that you've set. I wish anyone we referred to PCAP could get it right away, and we're hopeful that if the data shows what we think it will, that a year from now, year and a half from now, when that study winds down, that will be the case. We still think it's a great idea to try to get at least half of these individuals engaged in that program immediately. And the only way to do that is to refer to that trial. The handout, and I'm sorry I didn't have time to do it this afternoon, but the handout, which I think you all have, and we'll continue to revisit, does explain that nature of program offering. So I would have that at the ready as you're having this conversation with your client, that we would like to make the referral. They're in the midst of doing a trial, so there's no guarantee that you're going to get those services, but let's find out, right? We have the companion handout of other services that are available in both Oklahoma County and Tulsa County, just in case PCAP is not available to that family.
We are also going to encounter that with LaShonda, if you're here, what was the program we were talking to? Was it Frontline? That they serve some people like in Comanche County who would not have access to PCAP.
Yes, yes. I have good news and bad news on that. So it turns out there is a PCAP program that will be starting in Comanche County, but sadly not in time to be a part of our learning collaborative.
Okay. That's too bad.
And I think also you mentioned that they didn't have Spanish speaking people, so.
Right, that's something else that we brought up.
Yes, that is a limitation of the services. It's not that they can't provide it, but they do need an interpreter. So we would have to find interpretive services to accompany the PCAP provider.
So we'll just do the referral and they will be the ones, determining if they can or they can't provide services, I guess, to the family, right?
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
And that might be a disruptor to track if it wasn't already on your list. How well does the program work for our Spanish speaking clients?
Dr. Bard, you might consider telling them about the why, since they are a grant, they may have funding to be able to pay interpreters through their service. You schedule a visit, they show up at the visit, they do the interpretation. That might be something. It's through the YWCA in Tulsa. That would only be for Tulsa, sorry, but that's another avenue, since they don't have an interpreter, that we've used with our lactation program before.
Did not know that.
That's good to know. Thank you, Kathy.
Yeah, absolutely.
John and others from the health department, if you're on, and are there any interpretation services offered through your agency? We may have lost the health department folks. I know Connie had to leave early. I'll see if I can find that.
He's not here. He's not here.
I'll send you the name.
I believe they say that they do have in one of those meetings that we have. I never heard. I mean, it's difficult, but probably I think I was in a meeting that they said that. I said, okay, maybe we can take that word. I can talk to Ketsia and remind her of who was there that mentioned that.
I'll send you the contact for Tulsa too, Dr. Bard.
Okay, great. Thanks, Kathy.
You're welcome.
Okay, well, excited to see where these go. And as Lisa had mentioned, either in the chat or I think she said it out loud, even once or twice, if you don't mind, please email us your PDSA documents that you worked on in the breakout today, just so that we have record of it. We're getting a head start here. I kind of like this approach. It happened by accident because we had the delays in contracting and getting the United store open in time. But I like that we sort of get to have an extended period of time to develop these PDSA. So you put the first footprints down on paper today, and then we'll flesh out those details in the rounding calls that are ahead, and provide you as much additional information as you need in the monthly calls that are also between now and our next learning session. Timeline is condensed because of the delays, so I think everybody is on the same page now. The next learning session will actually be in May. We don't have a date set just yet, but you're going to get a poll for that probably mid-April. Our hope is to do it mid to late May and have you start that third and final PDSA before the May month ends. We'll go as long as we can into September, and we'll try to schedule that final learning session for the end of September so that you can maximize your opportunity to make progress on that third PDSA. Really appreciate all that you're doing. And again, I know, as I said this morning, it seems like baby steps here, right? But we are further along than any other project I'm aware of in this state, certainly in this region, that have attempted this type of bi-directional communication. So early days, but I think that the foundation that you're building is going to be advantageous not only to your group, but to others in our community. So thank you. Best of luck. See you in just a
And
few
thank you
weeks
to
for our
all the
February.
analysts for their work in the breakout rooms today. I
Absolutely.
really appreciate it, especially those who stepped up to help a program because someone else wasn't able to be there. So,
Yeah,
all
and
right.
Tiffany and Connie and our Lasso folks, Pilar, who are on today, thanks for your assistance as well. Elizabeth Fankhauser, thanks for being here for the Sooner Start representation. Jennifer, I don't think she's on, but the lead director of the Tulsa Sooner Start was with us this morning and heard some of your stories. So appreciate her being here as well. And I think she's going to join us on Monday.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Thank you.